himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hey, boys.
Yo.
You know, you knew we were coming back on the air. Could you have swallowed first?
What? I sounded more mature there.
No, you didn't. You sounded like you were.
The crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
That's kind of what you sounded like last night.
A little bit.
Guys,
Dude,
I'm fine.
I'm
And
fine.
then there was a police officer across the street, and I was like, oh, boy.
I'm just going to
Get
stumble
out of here.
I'm going to stumble out of a restaurant and take my shirt off.
Yeah, we walk out, and Matt's immediately taking his clothes off.
know, that's how-
Officer, he says he's fine.
I had to get tarps off, man. That's how intense that dinner was.
It was a little funny because it looked like that cop was following somebody with his cherries on, and then he let them go and pulled into the parking lot just to kind of see what we were about.
By the way, we got an email not that long ago from Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Into the Equitable Bank inbox. Dinner looked great and fun, but OMG, it looks like they seated 12 of you at a table for 8.
I mean, they did.
When we sat down,
Kind of did.
Schaefer hadn't arrived yet, and immediately the thought that I had was, oh my gosh, how are we all going to sit here? And we figured it out.
We did.
We ended up
We
making
did a
it
good
happen.
job pre-bussing the table.
We did. Every time we finished with an app or with the salad,
We'd stack the plates,
we stacked
the bowls.
we stacked stuff to try to make as much room as possible.
Seriously.
I thought we handled it pretty well.
I never felt uncomfortable when
No,
we were
I didn't
eating
either.
steak. I felt
No.
fine.
No.
Great dinner.
It's so good, dude.
Oh,
That was one
I'm
of my
already sad
favorite
that it's
dinners
over.
I've had. Can we do
Yeah.
that again?
Let's go tonight.
Yes. Round 2 to completion.
Keely, first of all, thank you.
Oh my
We
god.
had a
thank
great
you to our
time.
boss.
Yep.
Could we do that again, please? Thank you. It was a great time.
It was a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe next time,
to
like a little
keep John in
closer to-
Omaha for a little longer last night.
Maybe for the people who live out east, maybe a little bit closer next time would be cool.
The
though.
people, you mean the person?
You're the only person that lives out east.
Why don't
Yeah.
any of you live east? Why are all of you and your west boys? All these west
Because-
boys.
That's just where we are.
I lived in the part of town that you used to
You know-
live, but then I grew up.
It's very funny. Like I was thinking about this last night where
Waspy Josh movie.
I grew up in
Kind of.
I grew up in Chicago where I grew up in a town where you got more street cred by being like downtown. Like the more downtown you were and the more places and spots you went to downtown, that's when you got more street cred.
Yeah.
So now moving to here, where I feel like it's kind of the opposite. I feel like in Omaha, you get more street cred by going like out west, by knowing like places
The problem
and
is
spots out west.
And again, I lived in Blackstone.
Am I
which is-
wrong there? Am I
No,
wrong?
well, and here's why. So I lived in Blackstone, and I lived like across the street from the baseball stadium.
Okay.
A decade ago. The problem is Chicago is super walkable, and it is not here. Like when we lived in these places, we're like, sweet, we're going to be able to walk to a lot of spots, get grocery. You can't really walk anywhere except for restaurants and bars.
There's not really any grocery options downtown either.
Correct. And so like that's the problem. Because I would much rather live in a bustling area of town.
I've always thought that if somebody were to open a local grocery store downtown, they would kill it.
I think so too.
Well,
It
you
would
got-
be such
you got
good
the-
business.
You got the old market.
Well, my guess is that, I would be shocked if they didn't look into it.
Well, Cubbies exist, guys.
That's not a grocery
Cubbies.
store.
I'm
talking an actual
Cubbies.
Yeah, but
mom and pop grocery
That
store.
is a convenience
wait,
store.
wait. You're saying mom? Yeah, they got meat there. You can
No,
buy
no,
meat at
here's what I was gonna
Cubbies.
say.
You can
So-
buy vegetables.
But that
at
is a
Cubbies.
convenience store, and the difference between that and a grocery store is the market price is higher.
Yes.
So you're saying that you want like
A high V.
a high V? Then.
Not even a Hy-Vee, just like a local store.
I can't disagree with that.
Just like a local brick and mortar. Hi, I'm Mr. Jim, and here's my wife, Mrs. Jim. We have this.
But that's kind of
The
what
pro- store.
that's what kind
Nick
of
loves
Cubbies
calling his wife
is.
Mrs.
But
Nick
I'm
Grimm.
guessing that it probably isn't very cost effective.
It's
Her
not.
last name was Jim.
Because eventually people will just do what they do. And that is, oh, you know what? I can get all of these things for, $50 less than going to, Earl and Mary's. So I'm going to drive to Ivy.
Mhm.
Or I got
Exactly.
my baker's card.
That's
and I'm saving money on gas. And,
You're elite at picking old people names, elderly people.
Well, I mean, I am the
Echo.
oldest one in the rooms, and I'm pretty good at it.
That said, I would love to live in this part of town, like in a house. It's very expensive
I love
because
this
they're great
area.
homes. They're
Mhm.
great homes here.
My
A lot of character, a lot
They're
of
all
history.
brick.
Oh man,
I love a brick
I love the
house.
neighborhoods. around here.
roommate Dan, he was telling me that his great grandfather, his name was Lowell, Lowell.
Lowell.
Lowell. Well, they call him Lowell, but you can call
Really?
him Lowell.
I have never heard of that, but okay.
I go, I'm not going to expose Dan's last name on the air, but Dan's got a good
Bob.
last name. I go, that sounds like
Dan Bob.
I go, that sounds like a great athletic. Like
Dan
Lowell
Jim.
sounds like the first name of a Big 12 athletic director. If your name is Lowell, you are the Oklahoma State AD.
I bet you
in my
wish you
mind.
could have hung out and talked with an athletic director named Lowell during the college road trip.
We talked about West Virginia today on the show.
I heard. I heard that.
Josh goes, you keep talking about them.
Yeah, do you know about our chat with old Ren Baker?
Well, I mean, I
we were
heard the
talking to
interview.
him. No, we were talking to him off the record inside of one of the booths for like 45 minutes.
An hour. Just round up.
Okay,
29
fine.
to
We
30.
talked to him for an hour.
Mm.
It was great. He told us
Wacky
about
Guess
Ben McCall.
Wednesday.
Dude, if Josh can
Wacky
pull
Guess
this off,
Wednesday.
if Josh can pull this off, that would be very impressive. Impressive.
It's wacky. We had a good wacky guess yesterday. It actually lived up to it being wacky.
Yeah.
You know, he was a wacky guy. You know,
Awesome. Love wacky.
It was a good time.
Howard.
No, it wasn't Howard.
Oh, here's a fun story. So last night, the group chat, for some reason, we just started sending old photos of like various moments in our various gatherings over the years.
Mhm.
And so I was just scrolling through my phone looking for just old stuff to send to the chat to make people laugh. But I stumbled upon a photo that I did. Remember when what's it called? Landscape mode, when you
Oh,
do the
yeah.
thing where you move the phone.
Mhm.
So like when my phone had that setting for the first time and I was just taking landscape photos of everything, I
Mhm.
did one of John and Michael on February 28th,
Oh, did it get all
2013.
weird because they were moving?
No, they were just sitting there during the break, not talking to each other
Oh,
like they
normal.
did during most breaks. But I remember, John, I used to have our little rundown, the guest rundown. I would leave it on the board.
Oh,
And so that's how I would know to call the
old ass
guest.
board.
So, but here is the part that blew my mind. Our show was 4 hours long.
Mhm.
We had 6 guests on that show, including, speaking of, did someone bring up wrestling just now? I think somebody did. No? Okay, never mind. But we had Kevin Nash on the show.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why did
Yeah.
you and Michael have a wrestling guest?
Because we wanted. Because
We did a segment.
It was a short-lived segment.
Because it was Thursdays. What was it called?
I don't remember, but
You
it was
had,
a. But
you
we
had
had-
Diesel on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had.
That's sick.
So here we go. Here's the rundown. So it was back then. We did 12 segments a show, 3 an hour.
Yeah.
We had David Lombardi to talk about Stanford football. That guy is a huge 49ers homer now. He writes for The Athletic, like the biggest NFL homer there is.
Wow.
Yeah, he sucks.
What are we talking about? Stanford.
We would do what was it called? Spring football foreplay. We would do a spring segment where we would preview college football.
Man, I'm
teams.
so glad
I
we
miss
cleansed.
Michael. Bring back
I-
Michael.
I'm so glad we cleansed this place of all this unnecessary spring
Oh,
football talk.
I got a text from Michael today.
Yeah.
It was simply this. Football segment! Exclamation point.
Good job by you, Michael. So we had David Lombardi, and then at 3:00 we had Lee Barfknecht, and then at 3:30 we had Greg McDermott, and then at 4:00 we had Tom Chattel, and at 4:30 we had Kevin Nash, and then at 5:00 we had Tim Griffin.
Damn.
That sounds like a nightmare
holy
blunt
cow.
rotation.
It does, and it also I don't
Holy
know.
mackerel.
So the only segments outside of like the opening one where they could actually spread their legs a little bit or get some leg room and talk was 5:30.
My God.
Yeah, because otherwise it was 2:45, 3:45, 4:45, and those are like 5-minute segments.
Uh-huh.
You know, so we've come a long way.
I like what we do
6
now
segments. Nick, can you get us 6 segments?
better. Why? Why do
6
you want
guests.
that many guests?
Stib says, "Cleanse this place of Michael." Yikes, John.
Yeah, I said cleanse this place of spring football talk.
Oh, I thought you meant what's up.
Who's your mama? How'd you book him?
That's a great question.
We don't know who wrote that. We thought it was Severe because Severe, when he filled in last week, he was like,
Wow.
I think
he
talk
does.
about being racist.
It might.
How? How's that racist?
using language like yo mom and you automatically assume it's
I
the
thought
black
that
guy.
was
Whoa, you're pulling a Peterson. This is great.
I thought that was Michael's handwriting, and he said, "I don't write like that."
you're saying,
there is
wow,
no
that's
way.
even more racist. You're saying sloppy handwriting? It has to be Michael.
That's sloppy.
That's not sloppy
at
but-
all.
But that is definitely
I'm
It's
pretty
a
sure it's
woman
Alyssa.
saying-
Okay,
I'm pretty
now-
sure it's Alyssa.
Yeah.
now it's time to be misogynist. That is definitely
woman's-
female handwriting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only women
And there's
can
only
write
like-
nicely, says
there's-
John Bishop.
I mean, I'm not
There's only
even
like one
commenting if it's
woman.
nice or not. It
You're
just- it
saying
has a
women
very-
should only be writing? Is that what you're saying? Women should only be doing desk jobs, John? They shouldn't be getting out there?
sure having good, well-paying desk jobs. You got it.
Mm.
Well done.
I'm not good at pulling a Peterson. That's not my strength.
You're not. Yeah.
No,
you
it's just
struggle.
very. I mean, it is that's one nice thing about the sexes is you can tell in most cases female handwriting.
You
from
can.
male
I don't know
handwriting.
why.
It is interesting.
I'd love a study on this.
Mhm.
Why is
there
that?
definitely is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something with our big
For
media.
sure.
Oh, there's a
flaws.
study on it. is
There's
what you're
for
saying.
sure a study out there.
Nick, let's do
This is
some
not the
research.
first time anyone's ever asked why do women have better handwriting. There's probably, some doctor from Brown, did a 37-page thesis on this.
So that's Alyssa? So we could probably never erase it then because that's our only memento of Alyssa's time.
She's
Oh, wow.
not dead.
But she doesn't work
handwriting
here.
or it's handwriting and gender, a multi-use data set from the JSE archives.
This is awesome. I can't wait.
American Statistical Association. Then there's another one from PubMedCentral.gov.
what does it say?
I mean, it's a long study, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that.
Yeah, he'll do a book report for us
What,
tomorrow.
you can't read?
Well,
No.
Wow.
I saw Jimmy Allen accuse that.
That's
of,
that. Hey, that's that
of Nick
Iowa
Arnold.
education right there.
You see, Jimmy roasted him on Tuesday. He said that Nick can't read. He said, "Isn't your whole bit that you can't
Yeah,
read?"
he used that as a deflection from the other thing that he was doing. which was bad.
1025.
You worked yourself into a shoot to the point where you can't read anymore?
No, it's
Gotta tell.
hard
Nick's
for me
actually
to.
getting better.
Yeah, it's hard for me to
Really?
read out loud sometimes.
John, when you were gone, he had a perfect content. No mistakes, no issues, no mercy.
Interesting.
He read the questions extremely well.
I think my problem is I get too ahead of myself.
Get on the scale.
Get off
the
the
scale.
And I just need to chill out when I read out loud.
Mhm.
I've always done
Yeah,
all my
you-
reading in my head growing
You
up.
raise your voice.
Steve has
your
ano-
voice goes
it's called
up.
projecting.
Steve has another comment about the picture again.
Yeah.
You want to
Oh,
flash
the-
the picture
the
back
Last
up
Supper?
there, Nick? Hat etiquette. I'm surprised you didn't tell Nick and the other associates to take their hats off at a table in a restaurant.
I
Actually,
wasn't
I'm a
going-
guy that I wear my hat a lot in restaurants.
Yeah.
I don't, but I wasn't going to say anything. We're all grown
I
men. You can make
didn't
your
know there was
decisions.
hat etiquette at a restaurant.
Yeah,
I've
you're not
never-
supposed to. You're not supposed to eat with your hat on.
Oh well.
At least
Yeah.
that's what.
Well,
my
but
dad
if you
did.
get bad hat hair like I do, and like the other day, you've been wearing your hat all day because you've been working outside,
Yeah.
you're not going to take your hat off so that your
Great
hat
point.
hair can just go all over the place. So to those of you who have a problem with it, I got 2 words for you. And I can't say them.
But in a situation like this where we all know that the dinner is going to be at 6:30, you can make the argument. You can wash your hair and do your hair to the point where you don't have to wear a hat.
Unless you have
Well,
a
not
show
if you're
that's 2
going
to 6.
straight from
Yeah, I
place
went from
where you were
here to
working
there.
to dinner.
Which is why I didn't say anything about Nick not wearing a collar.
Here's
I had
another,
no comment because I knew he was working before.
Here's another
Why did
thing.
he wear a collared shirt though to work yesterday?
I didn't think about it.
That's what I did yesterday. I was like, I'm going to wear a shirt
That's
that I'll wear
totally
at
fine.
the
You
bar.
guys
I
were
was
working.
I made that realization. I looked at you and John when we were at the restaurant. I'm like, oh, they wore polos to the show today. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Bingo.
But here's the other
Great
thing.
idea.
It's a small town Nebraska steakhouse.
Yeah, they didn't
That's
care.
the way the common folk dress, and I appreciate
We
it.
were a little concerned. So first of all, John and I somehow arrived first,
Yeah.
which
How
I
did
couldn't
that
believe.
happen?
I couldn't believe. And we get in and it's like, yeah, so we have a party of 10, we think, for Chris. And she was like, we don't take reservations here. And we were like, what?
Yeah.
This is problematic. And then Chris walked in. He's like, no, we're fine. I took care of it. And he walked up and sure enough, there was a space for us to sit.
Well, there was space for us.
There
to
was
sit.
space. Yes. Some of us
there
had to
was
stand.
there was a table
There was a table
with chairs.
with chairs.
We don't know if space is the correct word
Right.
for
Mhm.
it, but everyone had a place to put their butt.
I had a little extra to do after the show last night than I originally thought I did. So I was a little worried that I was going to show up like kind of what Schaefer did and everybody was going to be sitting down and I was going to have to pick the seat that was left.
I very much wanted to be there as early as possible for sitting down so I could sit around people I wanted to be around more than others. That's not mean. It's just I like some people more than other people.
I did.
I love my end of the table.
I did pull a cut off on Happer to like Happer was behind you, and
Yeah.
I took 3 steps and cut him off.
Oh wow.
To get
Our
to
side of the
that
table
side.
was like a College World Series recap table. We were talking about all sorts of behind the scenes stuff.
and then the other side of the
Making
table
plans.
was Jake Janicek talking about his Budweisers.
He
Dude,
he was like, "Can I get
That
another
is the
one?"
He
most.
had a few
that
small
is-
beers.
That is the most underrated part of that picture. Is everybody sitting around whatever, and then there are 2 Budweisers right in front of Janny,
Let's go,
and
Jake.
he's just
Good
like
for
hanging
him.
out.
Good
I
for
love
him.
that guy. I'm
He's
a
great.
big fan.
Jake.
Jake's awesome.
By the way,
I didn't know people drank Bud straight anymore.
Dude, I didn't know people our age drank Bud straight anymore.
I'm
like,
glad. I'm glad.
Like I
I'm
like
very happy.
he. I'm glad we're restoring
Beechwood
faith.
aged.
Well, I do have when the Bears win. The first beer I typically have is Budweiser.
even though you're a Miller Lite man.
But my grandfather loved Budweiser. So
R.I.P.
My first ever beer was a Budweiser. and
Mine
I
was a Miller Lite.
did not like it.
Oh,
I didn't like it.
I don't know what beer I told you the story of where we were at Wrigley Field and Grandpa made me sip on it and then he tipped the cup back and he was like, "Have fun, you're a man."
What do they
now."
have at Wrigley? Old style?
Back in 2011, I have no idea.
Well, they've always had old style, but it's got a lot of beer.
It's got to be.
It's
I
Budweiser.
bet it's Budweiser. I bet my first.
Yeah,
beer
it's
beer.
But now, I mean, Goose Island is there, and they've got
Hell yeah, I love Goose Island.
Hey, at my wedding, which you will be at, John, TBD for Nick.
It's fine.
We're at late night at you're there too.
Okay,
Yeah.
obviously.
You're not.
You're giving them away.
Yeah, you won't be standing, but you'll be in one of the
giving
front.
him away.
I don't want to be an usher again, Matt. I'll be honest. You can ask
No, you're
me.
not. No, you'll
Okay,
just
good.
be there.
Okay, good. Thank
Yeah.
God. I don't want to be an usher.
But you'll
again.
be in one of the upper aisles.
Mm.
You're like in aisle 5. John's in aisle 8.
Wait, you're going to decide on where people sit?
No.
Okay. Stib says, I have an opinion. Nobody actually likes beer. They've been conditioned to feeling like they have to by the man.
I remember
That's a terrible take.
Big Wheat is
I could make,
Stibs against
I
Big
can
Wheat.
make the
Stibs,
same
settle down.
argument about whiskey and all that other stuff.
Oh, man. How about the
Yeah.
part of the dinner last night
I-
where I started a trend of, hey, could I have an old fashioned with my steak? And then everyone's like, oh, that's a great idea.
And then Josh became
Everyone order it at the same time.
Josh became the dad at the table.
The old
I didn't
fashioned
even
did
finish
look
my
good.
old fashioned.
It was.
It's like I had my scotch. I'm like, that was great because I like to have scotch and steak. But
Mhm.
that old fashioned.
Oh, that
I want
old-fashioned was-
some of that.
And it was strong.
Yes.
Strong.
It was
some
a
would say.
strong old fashioned.
By the way, speaking of Stib, so he left us 5 years ago now. He hasn't been working here since 2021.
It's only been 5 years.
It's almost my 5-year anniversary of
No,
the road.
it seems like it's been longer.
2021.
I have been
Wow.
back.
He produced the College World Series.
Oh, that's
and
right.
then he-
Yeah, it
then he
was.
never
It was
returned.
post-COVID. That's right.
But he said that last night missing out was the most FOMO I've ever felt.
Whoa.
To which I said that he could have been there, but he left us for a bigger paycheck and all these other monstrosities. And he says, almost worth giving up all of that for exactly one steak every 10 years. It could have been great, Stibbs. It could have been great.
Do we have a power ranking for next year? What steakhouse we'd like?
Aren't
to
you
go
trying
to?
to not rank stuff?
No,
now?
we
I did have that. I was like, I've realized that I'm ranking things too often, and I need to stop.
no.
I can't stop ranking.
Before you arrived, Chris told us the game plan for next year.
I'm very excited for next year's game
Oh,
plan.
I heard about.
Yeah.
I heard about this.
We'll have a lovely time. I'd like next year for us to have our own little private room.
Ooh.
That would be fun.
Does
but
this place
the
have
same
private
small
rooms?
rooms?
table.
Oh yeah, but
I
yes,
have
a small table.
I forgot, guys. I got to book the bowling alley.
You got to ask people for what days they're even available.
I know. I got to
first.
get on that. All right. Now that we're past this,
Hmm.
I have
I'm
a
getting
lot of
concerned. I'm getting concerned that this is never going to.
I have a lot
I
of-
didn't find out about it until last week.
I have a lot of summer homework to do. When I go on my vacation, I have homework.
I think Matt first texted me. I'm going to search the word bowling in my text. I'm
It's
going
going to be a
Cousin.
while ago.
It's
It'll be
gonna-
in like May.
It will be. Oh yeah, because
I think
here's
your
one.
own producer even knew about.
Here's
bowling.
one in a group chat with some of the hosts from June 2nd. Would anyone be interested in a zone bowling? So that's just there. Okay, here we go. April 18th.
Jeez.
Wow.
Dude.
Read the text.
April 18th.
What time was the text sent?
It was Saturday at 6:01 p.m.
Oh, okay.
You said 1620 hosts / producers plus wives and girlfriends bowling outing weekend before the CWS. He also typed it B4. B number 4.
You sunk my battleship.
Yeah, exactly.
What? That's kind
I'll
of.
put it together. Happer will come. I'll set it all up. Reserve some lanes.
I'll put it together. Happer will.
No,
It
come.
was
no.
only
No,
because I
no.
was like, I don't know, like before.
So the reason why it didn't go through with it was because Josh brought up a great point that like John and Josh and all the guys were very much involved, including yourself.
I was like,
pre
pre-CWS wouldn't be as
like
fun.
you guys are going to be doing a lot of prep, and then the post CWS I was would be this weekend, right? But I'm going on vacation.
Yeah.
So it's like that didn't work out. So I was like, we'll just do it before football. And now it's kind of turned into a, oh my God, I have so much time. But now time's
Football's in
running
2
out.
months. Football, I mean, it's going to be here like.
How many days are away? Are we 67?
I believe it is 72.
It's 100.
I believe it's 72.
It's always 100 days.
It's always 100 days to college
I
football.
believe it's 72. Let me see.
We're only 52 days away from being
72.
20
10
days
weeks.
away.
Yeah,
We're-
we're 10 weeks.
We're a whole month from being 40 days away. That's incredible.
We're 9 weeks away from week 0. Basically, by the time House of the Dragon's done,
Dude,
it's
we're
going to be
only-
football.
We're only 4 weeks away from being 5 weeks away.
Wow, that's when you think about it
Dude.
that way, Nick. That's pretty exciting.
What a terrible way to live your life. Try being in the moment.
I am. I'm in the moment right now. I'm doing a show with my friends.
And in the moment,
Suck on that,
and in the
Samir.
moment, I talked about college football today for a good 2 hours.
God, that's the dream right there, baby.
Wouldn't you like to have a show where you just get to pick whatever you talk about?
I do. I have multiple things that I sent John about. I heard one thing you said today, and I was like, I want to do something with that.
But like everything.
Oh, no, I like having a co-host. It's fun.
Every segment.
It's nice. John's like, hey, I want to talk about the Cubs. And I just say, cool, I'll take a nap. It's exciting. It's really nice.
I'm going to take a break.
Yeah,
Josh
exactly.
and I's pre-production meeting has turned into, all right, I'm going to do this, this, and that. And he goes, yeah, baby.
You have a pre-production meeting.
Yeah,
we don't
I
have a
walk in.
pre-production meeting.
I walk in and I
We
go,
have
I'm going to do
DMs.
this, I'm going to do that, and we're going to read this article and that article, and then we'll combine this. And he goes, yep, sounds good.
Sounds great.
I'm
to me.
like, awesome.
Oh, we didn't talk about this yesterday. Speaking of our group DM, so Nick sent us a tweet that was making the rounds. Where was this at, Nick? Texas. So Jordan Hall, a weather guy, is he one of your weather nerds that you follow on YouTube, John? Jordan Hall, you know this guy? Jordan Hall WX. No, you don't follow him. So he said that there was DVD-sized hail in Canyon, Texas, and it destroyed his windshield. Have you ever heard of hail described as DVD size?
Did you see the other weather tweet that I sent you with the other versions of descriptions for hail?
No. You didn't send another one, did you? Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Mumbo size. What is mumbo
don't
hail?
know.
What the hell is a mumbo?
Look out for mumbo
It's
hail.
Mumbo number 5 size tail.
So there's mumbo hail, there's apple hail, there's egg hail, there's quarter-sized. I've seen quarters before.
Mumbo is bigger than an apple.
What is mumbo? Yeah, a lot of people are saying, what is a mumbo?
I've always felt that you should describe hail in a globe isn't the right word,
but in a ball.
Something
in a ball,
spherical.
Yeah, it's spherical. Thank you. Something
Good
in a
job, Nick.
spherical sense, because that's how it is formed. That usually, hail isn't. It's not. Thank God it doesn't hail spikes.
Holy crap, John.
That would suck. That would suck.
Yeah.
But it's usually in ball form, so it's pea-sized.
Mm-hmm.
Golf ball sized.
baseball size.
Now the problem,
A lot of ball sizes.
marble. Okay, so yeah.
So what's a DVD then? Is that softball or is that even a little bigger than?
I think it'd be
That'd be softball.
Volleyball.
Because unless it
Volleyball
actually comes
size
down
tail.
like a DVD,
Volleyball size,
which also would hurt, by the way.
Volleyball size scale sounds like an extinction event. That
It
sounds
does.
Yeah,
that sounds
Yeah,
like
nobody's surviving getting hit by that.
that sounds like asteroids hitting the Earth.
Kenneth, dumb debates. What is the worst possible hail shape? I mean, if it was like a knife,
Who is this John Mayer looking
That's John
play-by-play
Mayer.
guy?
I think
that's John Mayer.
I think it has to be spike. Yeah, it
I mean,
has
yeah,
to be
anything-
spike shaped.
Anything pointy.
Well, yeah, anything
I don't wanna
that's
get
sharp
pierced.
and will pierce skin. Yeah,
I mean, it's coming at terminal velocity. That's what 32 something miles an hour. You're gonna get drilled a bunch
Don't
of
look at
times.
me like I know that number. I don't.
yeah, that's the worst shape.
Spike hail.
Anything
But
that's
can-
spiked or pointed.
But can you even like physically? Can that even happen? Can spiked hail even happen?
Well, you just asked the question. What would be the worst shape? I'm just.
I
telling
didn't
you
ask the
what
question.
Well,
So-
who asked the question?
I did, or
All right, well,
somebody
then.
did.
I think
Related,
volleyball size hail would be worse than spiked.
so related to this, I was curious about what the largest recorded size hail has been, and according to John's Owl, 8 inches in diameter in South Dakota on July 23rd, 2010.
Wait, I can do
Vivian,
that
South
math.
Dakota.
So wait, multiple because I know what
Circumference of-
what 4 inches looks like. So let me multiply by 2.
Just double it. Yeah.
A circumference
yeah.
of 18.62 inches and it weighed 1.93 pounds.
Oh my gosh, that would
Yep.
hurt.
What's
That would-
8 inches? Is that volleyball
No,
sized?
no. It's
Ouch.
times it by 2. What do you got? Times 2, and then if you go the other way,
That's about volleyball.
Yeah.
that is like way above average, and you don't even it doesn't even. Have
So
to
imagine
be,
Nick Harper Murray she goes up and spikes a ball, but it's actually a piece of hail and
Yeah.
it hits your face. That would hurt.
Yeah,
It might hurt her hand too. They're playing at Wrigley this year.
Field?
really.
Are you going to try to go?
Are they playing at
Oh,
Wrigley
here,
or
I forgot-
outside of
why
Wrigley?
did I bring it
Where-
up?
Yeah.
Is
I don't
she
get
gonna
that
set
joke.
the ball
Oh,
and then
'cause it's
Andy
gonna
Jackson's
blow
gonna be on
away.
Waveland and she's gonna hit it
Wait
from
for
Waveland?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it might be
One
better
second, it's
if
out of the way.
it might be better that they do play with hail because it might not be affected by the wind as much.
Had they thought
And
about weighing
Lady
the-
Choboy is set up all the way in Clark Street because she knows that's where she's got to do her dig.
You guys are such dorks. I can't wait to watch
It's
that.
going to be
game. That'll
great when
cool.
they wave it onto Waveland and it just went.
It's gonna look like Albert Pujols BP.
I got a great
Got
idea.
'em.
Exactly. I got a great idea for Husker fans who won't be able to get in or maybe couldn't afford the tickets. Just stand outside.
There's that
like
one guy
everyone
right
did
there.
for Sammy Sosa's home run.
There's that one guy by the fire station in left
yeah.
field. That's the
Yeah.
ball hawk guy.
Stay there.
Yeah, my dad got into a fight with that guy.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
Mike didn't like him, and he was I guess he was he knew him up and around town, and he wasn't a very big fan of him outside of him being a ball hawk. And so then he trash talked him, if you will.
Okay.
And then they didn't get into a physical fist fight, but my dad's never liked that guy.
Never liked him.
I thought he was cool. I'm like, Dad, that guy's standing out there, and he's shagging the balls in left field. It's really cool.
He's doing
Shagging.
what to the
Man.
balls?
Is that illegal?
Whoa.
And my dad goes, "Guy's a loser."
Wow.
I'm like, "Whoa,
A
pops!"
loser.
Hey,
That's hard.
speaking of shag, did you guys see they're doing another Austin Powers movie?
No.
Oh, I
yes.
thought you were going to say they're doing another Scooby Doo movie. I was going to get fired up about that.
No. You want to talk about something I'm not fired up for? Another Austin Powers movie.
I
Yeah,
think it's going to be hard to make Austin Powers work in 2026.
No, it's not even that. It's just those movies suck to begin with. That's my take.
Whoa.
I hate
Wow.
Austin Powers. I think it's so unfunny.
They were really good for the time.
You know how you always talk about Office Space and how hyped it was? I didn't see Austin Powers on the ground floor. I went in after the fact, and so I was like, all right, it's time to watch these movies that people love. And I was like, whoa, these suck. I hate them. I don't think I'm a Mike Myers guy.
You just said Austin Powers sucks. I think you're not a
No,
Mike
you
Myers.
can like
fan.
some
we
other
should
stuff.
do Wayne's World for Movie Club.
I like that movie.
That's Mike Myers.
That's the one movie I like.
Wayne's
What about
World.
Shrek?
I like Shrek. I don't like any of his other stuff though. Like what was the Love Guru?
I heard that's
him-
a bad movie.
He did an interview on Mike and Mike one time, and they were like, "Hey man, what's your favorite movie you've been a part of?" And he was promoting Love Guru. He's like, "I'll be honest, it's Love Guru." And I was like, "Screw you! That's not true. This is not your best movie ever." And then it wasn't. It was terrible.
It's a bad
Screw that
movie.
guy.
I'm hoping they make another Scooby Doo and Linda Cardellini reprises her role as Velma.
I do like Linda Cardellini. She was
Yeah.
in season 6 of Mad Men.
She was.
That's what the money is for.
That's right.
Don and her.
She won an award.
That's what the money is for.
She
Remember?
got
Who is
nominated
she?
for an Emmy.
She's the woman whose
She's,
husband is the doctor.
Oh, that's
she's
her?
in Green Book. She's
fan of
Tony Vallon-Laga's wife in the Green
Okay.
Book.
I never saw that one.
I've never heard of that.
The Green Book. It got nominated for an Oscar. It's Mahershala Ali.
Michael
great
loved
movie.
it.
Never.
John
heard of
doesn't watch those kinds of movies.
Oh, the one about
No,
breaking the
no,
racial
not that.
barrier?
No, like Academy Award nominated stuff. He doesn't really dig those.
I love Linda Cardellini in shows or movies because whenever she shows up, I'm like, "Is that?" And Paige is like, "Yes,"
Really,
all the time.
every time.
Every time. I'm like, "Is that?"
Why do you have to ask?
I don't. It's just like because I think she looks, but I feel like every time I see her, she always
Be
looks
careful.
a little.
Linda Cardellini is a saint.
I know she always looks a little different. Every time I see her in something, I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's
"Is
called
that-"
aging.
Yeah,
It's called.
Every time I
Wow.
see her, she looks a little older.
Yeah. Oh, I
It's
wonder
not
why
even.
that
It's not
happens.
even a little older. It's
I mean,
just a little
It's
different.
gravity.
Are you calling her ugly?
No,
You saying she gets
Wow.
uglier?
that's not what I'm saying.
Are you saying that women can't age gracefully?
Whoa,
I didn't say anything about her
Whoa.
aging.
Wow. Ageist
Wow.
and sexist with a hint of racism.
Unbelievable.
The
Nick
racist.
Grimm.
By the way, people do not like this Austin Powers take of mine. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, Josh
Well,
Hodgson.
no,
It's like Josh Hodgson's fourth favorite trilogy.
I disagree.
Yeah, really?
I disagree on disliking the trilogy, but I do agree on the idea this is not going to go well.
What's
Especially, I mean, you're bringing back a
been too
comedy from
long.
20 years ago,
yeah.
and you're forcing in another one. This is kind of like
Yeah,
adding yet
baby.
another,
Jo-
another Toy Story.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm telling you
Whoa.
right now that crapping on things that happened in the '90s, not a good
Well, yeah,
idea.
you weren't there for that though. You're not allowed to talk about the 90s,
Whoa, thank God. I'll take that. I'm totally okay with it.
but we should force you to,
No,
so then we can make fun of your takes.
exactly. I don't want it. It's a lose.
I've enjoyed 90s week on The Athletic. I've read an article every day. It's
I'm
been
pretty
fun.
sure it's 90s month or 90s
What?
summer.
90s summer.
Isn't that what Mitch said? They're like rolling out a whole summer series.
I don't want to speak wrong for Mitch. I don't think he realized it was this week because we were making a reference to something and he was like, "Oh, that's interesting. The Athletic is about to do something about the 90s." And I said, "Yeah, they already did. We broke
Well,
the news to him.
he-
He thought his story was coming out next week, but it came out today.
Oh, it came out today.
Yeah, about Tommy.
It
Frazier.
was great though, where he was like, "Yeah, I wrote it. It's done." I'm like, that's awesome.
I enjoyed it. About Tommy Frazier. You remember Tommy Frazier?
I do, but I'll be honest with you. I've not been interested in reading this series only because I lived through it. I don't know. It just didn't.
Wow.
I haven't been that interested. But then again, it's not football season.
That doesn't
See, that's interesting because that's the same
doesn't really
argument
make
I
any
made.
sense.
Dad uses for not wanting to listen to 80s music. It's like, I lived through it. Why would I want to keep listening to the same stuff over and over
You know
again?
what? Good for you, John, for not, falling into the nostalgia trap.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I totally get why they're doing it. I just
know.
haven't felt the
Next time there's an
urge
article
to
about
read it.
something in an era John lived in, and it's a long time ago, and he's like, "Did you see this series about the '80s?" I'm gonna be like,
I
why
lived
are,
it.
Why are you
Yeah.
reading it? You
Why
lived
would I
No,
read
I
about,
just don't
why
feel
do
like
I need to
reading
read
about
about
it.
Mark Grace? I lived through it.
it? Nice.
I just didn't feel like it.
Okay.
That's all. It's
I'm
not.
enjoying
I'm
it.
not criticizing it.
Why do I need to read this Mark Pryor feature? I was there. I saw him got hurt.
Mark Pryor. He was good.
Mark Pryor.
Bigelow says if Matt really wants to be around here a long time, he'd turn 90s nostalgia porn into his entire career.
Mhm.
I don't even think we do that around here anymore.
Anymore.
Yeah,
Some
we
people
used
do.
to.
I think some people do.
I don't think so. for the
I
most-
think some outlets do.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it happens as much as people think it does.
If you're looking
This
for,
is an athletic thing.
if
This
you're
isn't
looking
like
for
a
90s
Nebraska thing.
nostalgia porn, I'm sorry to tell you that Middays with Matt is not the place for you. We will not be. We'll be talking
Well, I
about
don't know if necessarily people are out looking for it.
Oh, you'd be shocked.
No, I don't think so. What? Give me an
You're
example.
just nodding your head.
When I was working in the morning show, it was a lot of 90s talk and a lot of people being very interested in the 90s talk and a lot of what ifs.
Hmm.
What if Tom did this, or what if Turner took over, or what did Tom think of Turner and all that type of stuff. Like,
Well, I mean, but that's not really so much 90s porn as
I
it is
guess
Nebraska
80s.
football fans living in the past.
I think it's more so,
which is what the only joy they've gotten.
honestly at this, like, all of that stuff, like the 90s for me might as well be 2002. Like,
What does that mean?
well, because a lot of that stuff in Nebraska history bleeds into 2000.
Mm.
No, it doesn't. 2002 was a horrible year.
Yeah, it was when everything went to hell.
I'm saying,
It was like Nebraska 9/11.
That's what I'm. No,
That was 62 to 36,
I'm more so saying
which
you
was
could-
actually right after 9/11.
to me, you could bunch all that. If you just say like 90s Nebraska, I just think of all old Nebraska that spans like 20 years. I don't think of just the 90s. I think of all that stuff clumped together. But it's all labeled under the 90s.
What was the name of that running back?
Lawrence Phillips?
No.
Oh.
62-36.
Oh, Chris Brown.
Chris Brown.
Yeah.
Another Chris Brown
Oh.
touchdown has hit the Huskies.
And Bobby Purify. Remember Bobby Purify related to Maurice? I think he was like his cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. God. That game,
62-36.
God, that game was terrible.
You've never heard of this?
Wait, you don't know about 62 to 36?
That was the game in 02? Or was
01.
that 96?
No, it was 01.
Okay.
Nebraska's 11-0. 11-0. Yeah, 11-0.
Number one
Number
team
one in the country. Still in the peak of their prime. They're on the road at Colorado.
Oh, I do know.
They're
this.
down 28 to 3.
I do know this game.
I mean, it was an ass whooping. It was terrible. The score, actually, I think at one point Colorado was up 62 or 56 to like 20.
I do know
That was the first time where
Oh.
I said, you know what? I think I'm done here. And I popped in the Blues Brothers and I watched the Blues Brothers.
Really?
I love that.
I've never.
movie.
I
And
I
then,
watched the
and, then,
whole
and then
game.
the movie ended and the game was still going on. And it was,
Because Nebraska made it close. So at one point it was 42 to 30 going into the fourth quarter. Like they came all the way back. Nebraska blew a lot of chances in that game. They had multiple red zone fumbles.
yeah.
But the defense, because Matt, you
It
know what
was a-
Colorado did? They just kept running counter over and over and over. And
Nice.
Craig Bull's
A-
defense was flummoxed.
That's awesome.
They'd do this and then they'd cut this way. And then they would score from 70 yards. It was insane. It was 14-0 like that.
62-36. That's a good thing. I didn't know that was what people refer.
Remember when we
It
were
was just 01. I've learned plenty of 01 Colorado.
Remember when we were going to do the whole off season of just watching random stuff? We should
Mhm.
rewatch that game
62-36. Oh my gosh.
because honestly, there's a lot of it I missed.
Wow.
I
Honestly.
just turned it off and said, "We're watching."
It was
I'm
35
watching
to
the Blues
3. It was
Brothers.
35-3 in the first
That's
half.
probably Jeep Wade, who loves to talk about how many different ways they run counter. That's probably one of his favorite games to watch.
It was 42-16 at one point. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's the game. It's the game that broke Husker football.
Yeah, that just sounds like for me growing up. That's just like week 8. The Chicago Bears at Philadelphia.
See, I mean, for a generation of Husker fans, I'd never seen that.
I'm a bred football loser. I'm just when it comes to my football team,
Yeah.
I'm just a loser. All my football teams just lose.
I know what you mean.
The Bears lose. The Nebraska, when I become a fan of them, they're in their like most losing era of all time.
Yeah.
All I know is L's when it comes to football. That's why this Bear season is so.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. Right.
All right. No, I was just saying, oh boy, because you're going to hurt yourself.
No,
But yeah, we do need it. Yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta go to the range.
All right. Have fun.
All right.
What a
enjoy.
fun crossover.
That is your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What's up?
Sometimes you can't scroll the old Twitter right when you're hitting your mic and getting ready to start.
Uh-oh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It's Michael's birthday today. By the way, happy birthday.
Oh, happy
Michael.
birthday, Michael.
To our good friend Michael Severe.
Yes, to our good friend Michael Severe. Good job by you.
Happy birthday, Michael Severe.
But he quote tweeted the greeting he got from, he must obviously has an NFL.com account / subscription of some kind.
Hell yeah, Michael.
And the NFL sent him a screenshot of a football with a candle stuck in it saying, "Happy birthday, Michael."
Wow, that is awesome.
Sound like a very good football if a candle could just kind of get stuck in there.
Wow, that's cool.
It just, I don't know. It tickled my fancy. I could just imagine somewhere out there, old Raj. Oh, it's birthdays again. Yeah, make sure we send all the emails out. Oh, and what's this one guy puts an apostrophe where there's not supposed to be an apostrophe?
I didn't know Michael got his
send
account
him
back.
one too.
Oh, yeah, he's had his account back for a while.
Nice.
Yeah. He also tagged Questlove in the photo.
Oh,
I was confused. I was like, why is there a question mark ST below the photo? And he tagged Questlove because he tweeted about Questlove in his tweet.
What is that? Is that a band?
it's a singer in a band, The
Yeah.
Roots.
Yeah. Good job by him.
Anyway, happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday, Michael. How old is he now? 57?
Yep.
Is he?
Yep.
Nice. I know he's younger than my parents.
I can unblock Michael's account now.
Nice. Congrats, Michael.
you.
Whoa, Stibbs says it was Papa Tim's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to Mr. Stibbs. Tim, be careful.
And thanks for the refrigerator.
Thank you for the refrigerator.
It works great.
For the fridge.
And it doesn't
And a
make
son who used to
unnecessarily
work
noise.
here before he quit on us. Because he thought that AM radio was dying and he thought the future was in internet radio, podcasts. Yeah. What about
What are you
now?
talking about, Stibbs or
Stibbs.
Michael?
This is Stibbs. This is
Oh,
Stibbs.
oh.
Michael thought that too, but so does Stibbs.
Because didn't Michael say the same thing?
I might have the article still saved on my computer. I might have
Josh
used
does
it.
not keep receipts.
No, I might have used it as
He
motivation.
does not keep
I still
receipts.
I love Michael though. I'm one of his biggest fans. He's a friend of mine. At least I thought he
A
was.
good friend.
A good friend. Good friend, Michael Severe.
The Grum down 5 for 5 is going to make things messy.
Uh-oh.
The respect for Holgo, the no-go,
Mm.
is still there. Some might say his name is Holgo the can-go.
What? Who would say that? They sound like idiots.
Holgo the okay go.
Something
Yeah.
tells me Josh is going to disagree with this
Here it
person.
goes, here it
Yeah,
goes, here
I
it goes
am.
again.
If anyone, you have been so out on Holgo
Some
before anyone was.
Yeah.
And now I'm worried that you're about to change your tune.
John is in a weird spot right now.
Yeah.
He
I'm not.
randomly went in on what's his face yesterday at USC,
Eckler? Yeah.
Eckler, and
Yeah.
now he's
What do you mean
lighting the torch
what
for
do you mean-
Holgo.
What do you mean randomly?
What's
I've been
happening?
out on Eckler since
but you
Since
brought
he
it up
made that
out of
stupid
nowhere.
comment.
Then you just went in on it.
I didn't bring it up out of nowhere. It was literally a statement that he said, and I reacted to it. And then I was reacting to the ranking by the Matrix.
We'll talk about it.
It wasn't out of nowhere. It
We'll
was
talk about it.
prompted. Just like last night, the latest assault on Caitlin Clark. Was it prompted?
We're going to do a Caitlin Clark topic.
Oh, the Caitlin Clark thing? Is this the Caitlin Clark thing?
Nick, get ready for the breakout video.
Oh,
Assaulted? Arrow pointing at Caitlin Clark.
Oh, that's actually a good
Seriously.
idea.
I think we just nailed it.
Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com.
Hell yeah.
College ball, meet your NFL calendar.
What? Yeah. College ball.
College football.
Oh, okay.
I figured it was implied, NFL. It's a college. You know how some people say ball coach instead of baseball
Maybe
coach?
college volleyball's adopting the NFL model, John. That wasn't very clear.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. I was a little confused by the T's, and now I figured it out.
That's one way to get out of a traffic ticket.
Boobs?
Nice.
I don't care.
Oh, I have multiple.
I don't care.
Can we put Caitlin Clark in the I don't care pile?
Wow. Because she's a woman?
No, Nick, not because she's a woman. I don't even know what happened with her. This is great. I get to learn.
Wow, wow. Okay.
Well, so I was with my friends last night,
Well, so was I, and I still knew about it.
and then I got home and
it was all over the place on the timeline.
Yeah. So I saw
Not even the For You
I saw
tab.
Boomer Esiason had a really weird take today.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what it was about. I just because Caitlin Clark is such a lightning rod that if you can just talk about her all the time.
The way the Boomer take was described to me was that people were he was upset that she was something about her being straight in it Pride Month.
Yeah. It was weird.
Yeah.
Dix, Hoiberg, and Mast all signed pro deals.
Mm.
And the Cubs are great again.
Again, the
Every
roller
week
coaster,
with
Well,
this thing.
kinda.
Every
Seriously,
week.
the roller coaster of John. He likes Holgo. He hates Holgo. He likes Holgo. Now he's doing it with the Cubs.
No, there's no roller coaster.
I'm out on
with
the
him.
Cubs for the whole season, and now, I'm
I
wearing my
didn't say that. I said I
What
didn't
did he
care.
say?
John, wasn't
said
your
I didn't
nickname
care.
Holgo the no-go?
He was the one who created that nickname.
You did.
Okay, make up your mind. Which lane are we going to be in? Are we going to be in the Holgo lane or the Cubs lane?
I'm
Which
driving in
lane?
both.
Mm.
Well, guess what?
Ooh,
Here
wide
comes a
lane.
semi-truck.
Ouch.
Nick smashed.
Ouch. Don't do that.
I'm not driving in the oncoming lane. That's silly.
Don't do that.
Well, if you're driving in both lanes, you are
I
driving.
thought it was an interstate situation.
No, you're from a small town. You know how
Try that in a
one-
small town, Nick.
how
Hmm.
2-lane roads work. At least I hope you do.
Yeehaw. We were in a small town last night.
We were.
That had a 2-lane road going in and out.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, thanks a lot for the no signs.
What happened?
Oh, when I left, I decided, you know what? I'm kind of like, there's a line from a movie that may be coming soon in Movie Club
Ooh.
that says, I don't like paying for the same ground twice. I don't like backtracking when I'm going places. So I was just gonna, I'm just gonna take the right turn out of
What do you mean? Like you didn't want to
Waterloo?
come back from whence you came?
No, to go home, I was gonna take Highway 92 through Waterloo or through Wahoo,
Okay.
Whoa.
and then just drive that way to Lincoln instead of backtracking. And I hate Highway 31. Disgusting.
Which
Awful.
one is Highway 31 again?
Well, that's what 200 and what's the 200?
204th? Yeah, because you
Yeah.
have to go through Gretna. Terrible.
Well, basically it's all one. It's the whole thing's now one city. There's hardly any country.
Yeah,
out
and you
there
have to
anymore.
run in a million
And
stoplights.
Exactly.
I hate it.
And I
hate-
don't like
can't-
going that
I hate-
way.
I never take that way to crossing.
I do
I
not
take the
like.
interstate.
I do not like going that way.
Yeah, same. Good take, John.
But there was no signs, and so I'm driving, and all of a sudden it's like, you can't go this way
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
because it was closed. It was closed. I'm like, oh crap.
Well, that's not good. So how long did it take you to get home then?
Oh, I mean, it added probably another 5-10 minutes.
You could have came out for that beer afterwards, the post-dinner beer. There was only 4 of us there.
But
It suddenly was much smaller.
But at least you had
You,
room.
Happer,
Or did you pick a
Schaefer.
table purposely small so you felt comfortable again?
No Happer. Happer
No
had to get
Happer?
home to
I
do
thought
a pod.
Happer wanted the beers.
He had to go do a podcast.
Oh.
It was Odson. It was
Mhm.
Schaefer. It was me. And it was Dan.
Done.
Yeah. So everyone else bailed.
Yes.
We couldn't believe it. We,
I
were
wanted
sad.
to, I wanted to get home.
We went to our old friends at the doghouse.
Well, I was wanting
was
to get
so
home.
nice.
Did you get a Bud Light on tap?
No, I got Busch Light.
No,
Busch Light on tap?
Budweiser. The Budweiser was the one they had the fancy. They still have that
I
thing.
forgot about that. I would have done that if I would have remembered.
Do they still?
They probably did. I forgot about it. I just ordered a Busch Light can or a bottle rather. Bummer.
Mm.
Oh man,
But yeah, they had the daggum thing closed.
that's
I was so
It's the
I was
worst.
very frustrated.
we were in Colorado 5 years ago, right after Stibbs left us, and we were getting pizza. And Riss and I were
Pizza,
like, hey,
pizza.
we'll go get this pizza at this local place in Golden, Colorado. And so we plug it in the map. So we're driving and we hit a street that's closed. And it's like, thanks a lot, Maps, for telling us that this place was closed. It didn't
Mhm.
realize it was closed. So we had to backtrack a long ways. Speaking of backtracking, we were very upset. But
That's
the pizza
not
was pretty good.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah, it was okay. It was annoying.
Honk.
Yeah, it is very annoying.
Mhm.
Very, very annoying. Please do a better job of marking your construction, please.
Indeed.
Good take.
All right. 402-951-1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Nice.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
That's a
At
semi,
USC
isn't it?
1620.
Drives into it.
Mhm.
Don't forget about Doug.
Oh, yeah. The Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Heck yeah.
EquitableOnline.com. When we come back, the 5 for 5.
I got some questions.
Yeah. And I think this is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to
Uh-oh.
how messy things could get.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So stay right there. We will be back on 1620 The Zone.
By the way, I hope people enjoy the view of the show right now because it'll be going away momentarily.
Oh, you're finally getting that facelift you've been threatening.
No, we're moving, John. We're going to change studios. We were just talking to the fine gentleman about all the fun things we have to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
More desk space for Nick.
And if everything works properly, we'll be able to push a button and talk to Nick.
I cannot wait. Hey, screw you, Nick. I hate your guts.
Well, I could do the same thing to you.
Yeah. I love you, Josh.
It'll be just like the College World Series.
Yeah.
Josh, you stupid.
I'll say, hey, Nick, and you'll say, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
But you'll
during the
forget
break.
to push the button and it'll go out over the air.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
Oh, and Nick's also moving into the little cubicle, and we'll be able to
The CNT?
We'll be able to
Are we putting the producers in there?
I kind of hope not. I don't
Why
like
do you
that.
guys always want this? I don't understand this. They were talking about on Happer and Schaefer this week how the producers are so anti-moving into there, even though they could do things loudly, including answering the phone call. Hello? You want to talk to the guys about the Huskers? And we can always hear you?
I think it's because all of us like being all together. It feels more complete that way. If we're just kind of like off in an own
not
CNT
all of
area.
us feel that way.
Yeah. Who's this all that you're speaking of?
The producers.
Let's do a what is it called, John? When you have the sticks and you pull the sticks and you what is it, like
So,
a poll
if we
question
do
of
this,
sticks?
it's just going to be
Straw poll?
Straw poll. That's what I'm looking for.
So if we do this, it's just going to be Matt McMaster all alone in a big studio and his clock, and Odson's going to be.
That's a good question.
Is that what you want?
I couldn't figure out straw poll. By the way, rumor on the street is we might be getting a big clock. Matt McMaster might be getting a big
Wow,
clock.
is he strong armed to the big
No,
clock?
I was
If
scrolling.
we get a big clock, but we don't get a better television,
So that's the thing. I was scrolling on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed over lunch today, and I follow a Twitter account that's basically like internet deals. Like, hey, here's and there was one for a 75-inch TV for like $600.
Whoa!
And I was
$600.
I wish it would have been $800.
$800.
Is I'm saying I think that I should have forwarded it to somebody and said, hey, do you want to get this TV for us? So yeah, we need the TV is way more important than big clock. Way more important.
Yes.
Come on.
We're not hitting any time cues anymore.
When there's a clock and a
We're
clock.
We're lazy.
Nice. Except at the end of the show. And Nick does a great job. And he'll continue doing
Except
a great
at
job
the end of the show.
in that other studio. Good job, Nick. We believe in you.
We do.
Wow. Stib says, I would be with Nick on this one. I'd want to be in the room with you guys. Producers are a bunch of babies.
Yeah, no kidding. We want to. It's like
I miss my friends.
It's like when you hit that age, like 11, 12 years old, when all the family functions, you've always been sitting at the kids' table, and you keep wanting to move to the adults' table, and the adults like, no.
You're not old enough.
I just think it sounds better when all of us are here. You know, like
See, well, we
together
are.
talking.
Yeah, we'll still be talking.
It doesn't
we'll see
matter.
through a window.
It doesn't matter where here is, as long as we're here.
Wherever we be, Nick, we
It's
be.
like when you guys do shows remotely. It's just not the same.
But
It'll
we
be
will
like
be
that all the time.
No, we will not. We're
I'll be in a different room. That's basically remote.
Plus, think of the producer cam. It will look all funny and angled in a fun way. Man, this could be so cool. By the way, Stibbs also adds, I also have a negative memories from that room. Head shaved, eating Mahomes crunch.
That's true. That was kind of
that was the podcast.
That was
studio.
the Stibbs S&M room.
It really was. Yeah. Stibbs, put on all this leather and zip your mouth closed.
Also, everything sounds weird in
Swallow
that
this
studio.
tennis
Remember,
ball.
I try to play something off the wall and it's all slow.
Oh, we'll get that fixed. The fine guys are going to get that fixed for us.
Yeah,
I believe in them.
We're gonna fix everything. So, the 5-4-5. The everyone's been kind of
Is
trying
that a
to
new
figure
defense?
Need one more player.
Yeah.
We've been trying to figure out what it's going to mean. And honestly,
I'm just afraid that this is going to.
There will be unintended
I
consequences.
don't disagree. I mean, this is better overall in principle than the COVID year was.
It's better, and I would say it's better than weird, arbitrary 4-game red shirts.
Correct.
You know, like you and I argued for a while before that announcement. Allow these players to play in a bowl game that is meaningless at the end of the year. And they were like, how about that, but also 4 games?
But also
like,
4 games.
That doesn't really make any sense.
it doesn't make any sense. I don't have a problem with 5-for-5. Don't get me wrong.
You're just worried that stuff's going to happen that's going to negatively impact
I
us.
just think they're not implementing it correctly.
That's right.
It needs to go into effect starting with the next class.
AKA the 2026 group of players.
Correct.
So like Jamal Rule, for example, he is a true freshman. You think that it should be for him and his cohorts, and that's it.
Correct.
Not for Anthony Calandria.
Correct.
Ja'Cory Barney,
because what we were doing, and it's the same thing it's the same thing with the COVID year. It's going to create a log jam.
Yeah.
I mean, and the folks over at Omaha World Herald did a good job of outlining this. Now, I understand if you're a Nebraska volleyball fan, the idea of having
this quartet
Riley
back,
and Murray
right?
and Jackson and Showboy back for another year sounds fantastic. And listen, it is, but you could apply this everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But it's just creating this log jam where now you've got the high school juniors currently who are like, okay, well, where does this leave us? Because remember, we also have roster limits.
I was going to say we're also in the era of 105-man rosters, in college football and roster limits in other sports.
And roster limits all the way across the board.
And so it will create a logjam.
I just think it makes more sense to say, okay, starting with this incoming class, you're going to get X number of years. And I know the folks are going to say, well, but what about the lawsuits? Well, guess what? There's already about a dozen basketball players who are already suing, saying that, well, my eligibility just exhausted, but I should get another year.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
so the lawsuits are going to happen no matter
you
what.
Can't just be afraid of that stuff all the time.
So
you got to make a decision, and you
make a decision and go with it. And I
Yeah.
think it makes more sense this way, because then you're like, all right, we know when it's starting here.
And you have been planning and roster building as coaches.
Correct.
In a previous infrastructure, and now it is a new infrastructure.
Correct.
And so, but this will, like the COVID eligibility, will, it's going to be Frankenstein's monster a little bit in terms of trying to manage rosters.
Right.
It's going to be a pain in the butt. Again,
it is. I mean, it's like we didn't learn anything from the extra COVID.
Yeah,
year.
no, you said this the other day, and I very quickly couldn't agree with you more. It's a good point, because it was a problem, and it was a problem for years. And so now we're looking at another 4 years of trying to get our hands on this, and then it finally will feel normal, and we will be in a correct state. Here's another thing that I was thinking of, because I've basically been trying to figure out what are the unforeseen consequences. So I think that you have identified one. I don't know if this is good or bad, but I thought about this earlier today. Will there be extra pressure to get younger players snaps, even when they're nowhere near a finished product, to keep them engaged? Where in the old days, you knew this left tackle, let's say, whether because they're not ready yet, they're not big enough yet, or there is just an obviously really good player in front of them who has a couple years, like, look, sir, you're going to redshirt. We'll get you on the field, maybe in a couple of games. And then after that, but there's a limit. You can only be in 4, and then we'll figure out your career after that. Now, do you think coaches are going to feel a little pressure to get these guys, a quarterback, for example, who is obviously number 2? Like we keep talking about Trey Taylor, if he is the backup quarterback next year, to make sure that there is we can do this now. We are legally allowed to play you in as many games as possible. So we probably should do this so you're not frustrated. And you could say that with running backs. You could say it with receivers, maybe less so offensive and defensive linemen that aren't ready. Or no, you don't think that will be a problem?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I mean,
I feel like managing player expectations is just part of coaching, though.
Yeah, but this is going to be so different because in the true old days, if you redshirted, you knew your season was toast in terms of being on the field. And coaches have talked about that, and players have too. It's hard because you expect to play, and certainly if you're in college football, you were most likely the best player on your team, if not the best player in your city, if not the best player in your state. You were that good. And so it's got to be hard mentally to suddenly go and all you're doing is practice. And all you are is a practice dummy. You might be on the scout team. And that's got to be incredibly hard. Well, now this is like a kind of a purgatory, if you will, where you can see heaven, you can see the field, and you technically can be there, but you're not good enough.
Yeah, you don't have, I guess, you don't have that artificial barrier of, well, but if I play, then I burn my red shirt.
Correct.
I mean, that can be a detriment, but, eventually, like everything else, we'll just kind of be used to the whole idea. Because, let's face it, the idea of redshirting is exclusive to college athletics. They don't do it in high school. They don't do it in the pros.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't do it in Little League. It's just like, hey, you're on the roster, we can play you, and you don't have a clock on you.
Now, of course, the difference about the pros, if you're frustrated as a rookie and you're not playing, you're under contract. You cannot leave. And so that's kind of where I'm really getting at. Do you do it not only keep them mentally engaged, but also to set up to bring them back?
I mean, some people will look at this, and I think Sam wrote about this, or someone wrote about this today, that, the ability to get players in blowouts
Yeah, I think that was
is going to be a lot easier. Save your jokes. I know Nebraska doesn't blow out anybody anymore, so there's no chance of.
Or the other joke of, when Nebraska.
What about Akron?
What about Akron? They blew them out last year, John.
But so there's a little bit of give and take. Listen, that's part of the beast now,
This is not a problem inherent to Nebraska. Everyone is going to have it.
Everyone's going to have it.
So can you help me understand something quick? The 5 for 5, is that retroactive to players right now? Like if there's somebody who's a senior, it's like, all right, or they're 4 years, you're like, all right, you have one more year and then you're done.
Well, if you just ended, if this was your senior year,
like the school year that finished now?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
That it does not apply to you. But if you're a junior, if you're a junior this year, going into your senior year, you now have 2 years.
So that's why we keep bringing up Calandria. Calandria just finished his junior season. He is going to be at Nebraska. This would be his fourth year.
This would have been his only year at Nebraska.
But now
he's got 2.
He has 2 years.
Right. So I was trying to figure out how it would cause a logjam, because I feel like applying it to incoming freshmen would cause more of a logjam than what they're doing now. This feels like a natural.
The logjam is you've got more veteran players. You got a whole nother year, and so because you have a roster limit, you have all these high school freshmen who aren't going to have rosters.
So look at it from this perspective, Nick, and I'll just use 100 as the number because it's easier. So you have 100 players on your team, and in the traditional model, 20 of those players are seniors, and so this would have been their last year no matter what. Well, now 10 of those players are seniors who didn't redshirt, and so they can stay on the team. And so you were building in needing 20 new spots. Now, in theory, you could only need 10, which is 10 fewer opportunities for players coming out of high school. And that will have a down effect of multiple years before the number
it equalizes.
Correct. Before it equalizes, and then everyone's basically playing by the same.
Because that's what happened with the COVID eligibility.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, this was going to happen no matter what they did.
Not if they would have started it with.
Not if they would have. Yeah, if they would have started it with, the next incoming freshman class, then
because you would have phased out your seniors this year. Then next year you would have phased out your juniors, and then you would have phased out your sophomores, and then it would have been this group. And so by that point in time, they would have been 4th year seniors, and then they're 5th year seniors, and everything's fixed. But because of that, there will be such a down effect of it, where for the next 4 seasons, there will be players who will have an extra year of eligibility that they would not have had otherwise in an era where the coaches weren't planning for it. And they'll be better. Like in 2 years, most of the rosters will be figured out. But right now, I mean, in theory, I guess they have kind of been recruiting knowing that this was a very realistic possibility. But what if you were someone who wasn't, and you were like, yeah, we're going to bring in a class of 25 players. Well, now you're going to have to process 25 spots.
Well, and let's face it, Nebraska's got a larger class this year.
They do. Their class is massive.
They have a larger class this year. They're going to be in that mid-20s range. Right now, they're at 21. Well, there's going to be, and this is coming in for the fall of 27.
Yeah.
But it's creating that ripple effect down the line. I don't know. I just think it would have made more sense that way, knowing that, all right, well, we're going to start it here. That way, we're not causing a back jam that can. It creates more headaches.
Yeah. Whopper writes on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I think you are close. Before it was a lot of player A, a true freshman, is as good, if not slightly better than player B, a junior or senior, but it's not worth playing him now in exchange for how good he could be in 4 years. Now that math changes, even if only slightly. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what this looks like, because when we talked about it earlier this week, Trey Taylor is the obvious example because of Calandria and how this now could be really interesting in 2027. And I flippantly just use the word, and then you could redshirt Taylor and have Calandria start for the second year, but that's not what it would be. It would just be he would be the backup for a year.
But would they want to start a true freshman?
They don't want
that,
to.
Though.
They don't want to. No.
So I guess I'm having trouble seeing how this is bad if Mr. Collender has one extra year than Trey's the backup.
No, it's not. This could be a really good thing. We're just talking from the broad perspective.
Yeah, this is more of a broad picture. Again, for Nebraska volleyball, this sounds like a great thing if everyone decides to stick around for another year.
Yeah. And seriously,
but when it comes, so this is actually looking out more for the current high school sophomores and juniors who are dreaming of playing college sports, where it's just going to create a logjam of, oh, well, where are we going to be able to go?
See, and the other thing I would love to know, John, scholarships used to be 85, and then you could have as many walk-ons as you wanted.
Yes.
Some rosters were 140, others were 90. Now your rosters can be 105, period, full stop.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to know how the number of college football players we had in Division I FBS in 2019 versus now, and how many spots have been lost because of the scholarship reduction, or the roster reduction rather, because this is, I think, going to keep a couple of players. It's going to affect people, I just don't know the downstream effect on it and what exactly it's going to look like.
Well, coming up next, is it Holgo the no-go or Holgo the can-go?
John will finally apologize for all the things he said about Holgerson over the years. A new graphic is on the way, I think.
1620 The Zone. So was it yesterday or 2 days ago? We talked about the matrix going position coach by position coach, conference by conference.
It was 2 days ago, I believe.
2 days ago. Ranking the top 5 assistant coaches at said positions. And when it came to special teams, Mike Eckler, the vaunted Mike Eckler, the great Mike Eckler, the guy who can sprinkle his spastic pixie dust.
Pissy dust.
Not the pissy dust.
Oh, no, it's the pixie dust. The pixie dust.
The pixie
You
dust.
want me to say it? Pixie dust.
Pixie dust.
Over everything, and it makes it instantly better.
Because that's what he did. That's
but
what
it
he
also smells like
wasn't
piss.
in the top 5.
Yep.
Wasn't in the top 5 of the Big Ten's best special teams coordinators.
To which I said, look, I really like Dave Bartu, but sometimes he can be wrong about things. And you said, what? Dave Bartu, you're saying he could be wrong? And I said, yeah, he can be wrong. You don't have to take everything he says as the gospel. He's not infallible. He's not Jesus Christ, John.
Now
But you seem to
realize,
think he is.
Now you realize
Yeah.
these aren't opinions. These are based on their matrix. These are based
Sometimes
on their-
numbers are broken.
numbers lie, says John. All right.
Sometimes.
Well, today, the top play callers
in the conference.
in the conference,
Okay.
the top play callers. Who do you think the top play caller is in the Big Ten
Ooh,
conference?
actually, I didn't see the list. Top play caller. Is it Shanahan at Indiana? They counting him?
Lincoln Riley. You forget about Lincoln Riley.
I do forget about Lincoln Riley. He's
But the
good.
top 5
Okay.
offensive play callers in the Big Ten, Lincoln Riley, numero uno. Mike Shanahan of Indiana, number 2. Chip Kelly is at Northwestern. He's number 3.
Wow, what year is it?
Dana Holgerson, number 4. And Tim Lester at Iowa, number 5.
He's being weird about this, right? It's
Who
not
is?
just me, John. He's
Why
being
is he
weird
being-
about this whole thing.
Why is he being weird about it?
It's just
What is weird
it
about
still just seems out of nowhere, this random hate that you're just pointing towards this dude about comments that he made months ago. I thought we were over
No,
this.
this is
No,
about
this is
Holgerson.
about
No, I
Holgerson.
know. The Holgerson love feels weird.
It does. I don't
Hold
understand.
on. I'm not. This is what Dave is saying. This is what the Matrix is saying. This is not what John Bishop is saying.
But is John Bishop going to say, good take, Dave? And I would like to apologize for all my Holgerson slander.
no, but what I will say is, isn't it interesting? Because I'm not the only one
That what?
that believes that it feels like Holgerson has lost his fastball.
No, I would say that isn't the majority opinion. I don't think I think we are in the majority in thinking the guy's lost his
So
fastball.
do we need to holistically now re-examine our positions on these things? If an objective survey or an objective matrix, pardon the pun, looks at Holgerson and says, no, he is still a good play caller.
No. Because he's not. That's the thing. He's not. Like we've watched him for 17 games, 16
Something
games
like
at
that.
Nebraska. There's not a whole lot of good, you know. Now, this is where I imagine someone, and maybe they're in the, well, there's Jordan. Maybe it was a Dylon problem. And I was
a lot of people blame the ills of
the offense
of
on
the
him.
offense on Dylan,
And
which I
his-
think is very convenient because they sure as hell wouldn't be talking like this if he were still.
And the audibling, you know, Sam McEwen reported earlier this offseason that Dylan Raiola apparently was audibling a lot. And so, you know, how much, including the famed play where he was injured. Yeah, see, Hokie skirt my counter argument. How much of it was Dylan Raiola calling an audible? I mean, look, the numbers for Holgerson are interesting because he has been on the struggle bus since before Nebraska. You know, even when he got hired, as excited as I was, and I was excited, certainly I was excited that he was replacing Satterfield. His end years or his later years in his career have not been as good as the early years, you know? And how much of that is him? How much of that is his offense is old now? I mean, what at one point is modern and cutting edge, suddenly you're on an oldies station, you know? The Beatles were at one time like new and hip, and now you hear them on, you know, old radio stations.
Mhm.
That's just the passage of time. Has the same thing happened with Holgerson and or his offense? Very much an argument can be made. that
Well,
it has.
and I would also throw this out there. I mean, look at the guy ahead of him, Chip Kelly.
Oh, he's another guy who, I mean, he did just win a national championship with Ohio State, but I think the quick pushback would be, yeah, but that's Ohio State's. That offense is loaded. How much of it was actually him versus how
Well,
much
and
of it was
that's why I think as we look at this, they're looking. Dave, the folks at the Matrix are looking at the historical numbers, and the historical numbers say Dana Holgerson's a really good play caller. Lincoln Riley's a really good play caller, and that's where they're coming up with the formula.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind that. Look at Nick's Iowa.
Yeah, what the hell?
The Hawkeyes noted for their offense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seriously, their offense wasn't even that great
Noted
last year.
for their offense. Does this, or maybe the big takeaway from this is maybe the Big Ten has bad play callers.
In the Matrix, there's one point where they try to infect it with like a virus. Has Dave's Matrix been infected with a virus when it's telling us that Lester and Holgerson are good play callers in 2026?
Yeah,
I'm a little concerned.
I the reason I bring this up.
You're actually asking yourself, am I wrong?
I'm asking the question, are the collective we wrong? Because the collective we has said Eckler, great special teams coach. Holgerson, not what he used to be.
Yeah.
And these surveys have flipped them on its head. And I wonder if we're not looking at this with a better view or a bigger picture view.
So what would if we were trying to present a case, what is the case for his time at Nebraska being better than we're realizing or acknowledging? I mean, certainly I would.
Well, again, how much of this is,
but they don't know about Dylan's audibles in here,
how much of this is, and this is why stuff like this is very hard to project.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's how many points did you score? How many games did you win?
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, that's the ultimate test. We love in this new analytics world of putting all kinds of numbers and figures on things that previously didn't have numbers or figures, when the only numbers and figures that really mattered was the score.
For sure. It's not about yards, ma'am. It's about points.
And I think sometimes we can get too caught up in those things. But I get why we do it.
It helps tell the story.
We do it so that we can better value judge, hey, this player is better than this player, or this team is better than this team. But at the end of the day, it's about what did you get done on the field?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, like, for example, the red zone struggle.
I was just going to say, their offense last year.
A lot of people, were frustrated by the red zone struggles.
95th in red zone touchdown percentage. That's terrible.
Remember, they had a really good running back. They had according to the experts, the best running back in the Big Ten last year.
And yet,
could not score in the red zone to save their soul.
Yeah. And so why was that? What was it about the red zone? It's harder. It's more constricted,
yes,
right?
It is.
Less yardage to work with. And so it gives the defense that kind of an advantage. Why does Nebraska struggle?
I don't know, but I have no doubt Dana Holgerson hasn't forgotten anything about football.
No, for sure.
That he still has something in there. But a lot of it, too, is who are the players on the field? Will having a mobile quarterback make things better? Or will that be offset by you don't have the best running back in the Big Ten anymore?
Yeah, you're trading.
Or will that part be offset by, but you have a better offensive line? Oh, and don't forget the greatest receiver room of the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm. We'll wait until Dave puts out his receiver room ranking.
He said with air quotes.
And he says Nebraska has the number one receiving room. You're going to have to change your tune on that one, too.
Did he do this last year as well?
I think this is the first time I've ever noticed
this.
I've
never seen this before from Dave. Yeah.
I am interested to see year over year.
Yeah, no, I think this is the first time that the Matrix has put this stuff out. Yeah. I just found it very fascinating that these rankings, the special teams coach rankings, the play caller rankings, fly in the face of what feels like the common perception here is about those two gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's great. We're still going to be able to see Eckler in the league. He's going to be at USC. We'll see Nebraska special teams. And we'll certainly see their offensive play calling with Holgerson.
I still hope someone trips him as he's spazzing up and down the side. Just trips.
Man, again. See, now that's where I agree with Nick. Your anti-Eckler stuff has gotten out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange. The really good coach is
not
gone.
Strange at all.
Mm.
It's not strange.
Like you haven't thought about him in months, and now suddenly you're thinking about him all the time.
Matthew writes, John, you like numbers. Could you go back and look at red zone play calls and make a matrix?
No, I couldn't.
Do that, John.
Well,
I would need matrix.
I would need to know the exact play calls. You know how long that would take?
call Holgerson. Get him to tell you the play calls.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Bishop calling.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going to look at did they score or not.
That's true. We will definitely do that.
And sadly, they didn't score enough.
No, they did not.
Sadly, they did not score enough.
Yeah.
Well, still to come. We do have an update on the Caitlin Clark situation that we haven't even talked about.
Wait, an
Caitlin
update
Clark
on the
thing.
situation we have not discussed?
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
we'll have fresh new information.
Wow.
But coming up next, we're going to speak with Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com. It's good to get back into the rhythm of things where I'm hearing voices I normally hear, but I haven't heard for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, normally you're hearing different kinds of voices, so it's good to hear from your radio friends.
Sure. How you doing, Robin?
Doing okay. Not hearing any voices. At
That's
least none that I didn't expect to hear at this time. So
That's
we're
good. Important to hear the normal voices.
All right, be honest. How
Right.
many times have you seen the Nebraska ball movie?
Ooh.
Well, I watched it at the premiere last or whatever Monday that was.
Mhm.
At the
when they did it at the
theater?
Rococo Theater. So I watched it there, and then I watched it again when it dropped on YouTube this past Monday. A lot of it was just because I was curious, like how edited they might make it, given the level of language that was in the unfiltered theater debut. They took out basically all the F words, but left everything else in there. But it was good to watch again because there's some stuff that maybe you didn't hear with people cheering about certain things in the theater. So twice so far. We'll see if there's another viewing down the road.
Robin, when we were kids, because we're pretty much the same age, Nebraska used to release football, not so much documentary, they're just highlight videos.
It was like an hour-long highlight
But they
video.
did have player interviews throughout those things,
mhm.
and so it did have a kind of a documentary feel. It's how I learned a lot of the 90s history myself. Do you think after the success of this that it's something that the university would be interested in doing, or was this just such a special season that's the reason it warranted it? And so they're not just going to do it for a 7-5 football season, but they would need like a true return to glory college football playoff type situation to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they tried it with the
Chasing
football
Three.
stuff they did a couple of years ago. Yeah, the Chasing Three, which is really well done and kind of a real insightful look into the program that you otherwise wouldn't get. But as you saw, those things are hard to do when you're losing.
Yeah.
And so, like, that makes something like this, like, they're not going to make a movie about every single season. This was just kind of such a historic, once in a lifetime thing that I thought it was a bit different and, more deserving to be documented the way that it was. Now, if Nebraska is somehow takes yet another step and, goes to the Elite Eight or whatever, yeah, maybe sure they'll make another documentary. But I think that it was just the uniqueness of that season and all the firsts that happened, and just the story that it was, that warranted the whole documentary style recap of it. And it's going to take a lot, I think, for other teams and other seasons to kind of get to that point, in my opinion.
If you missed it last night, Rank Mast and Sam Hoiberg signed pro contracts. Mast with the Pacers and Hoiberg with the Suns. Who would you place a wager on to be the first to play in an NBA regular season game?
Ooh.
I know that's hard too because it's kind of based on what the team needs, the path in front of them. But
one thing I'll say is that I stopped putting a ceiling on Sam Hoiberg a long time ago. And so while, 2 years ago, if you would have said Sam was going to be playing in the NBA Summer League, I probably would have rolled my eyes and quickly dismissed it. But all he does is prove people wrong. And so, why not say that he can play in an NBA game? Because he's surpassed everyone's expectations literally every step of his career. And so now that he's on to the next one, who's to say that he can't once again prove everybody wrong and continue this basketball journey? But, both those guys are going to keep playing one way or the other. The thing about these Exhibit 10 deals that they got and the opportunity to play in the Summer League is it's not just a tryout for the Pacers and the Suns. Like, there's going to be scouts from other NBA teams. So if, either of those franchises decide to not renew Sam or Rink, other NBA teams could potentially bring him on as a two-way guy or whatever it may be. And then maybe more importantly, it's also scouted heavily by international leagues.
Yeah.
And as we know, Sam has kind of an inroad with Australia, with his mom applying for a visa to allow him to be a citizen of Australia, which makes him a more appealing draw because he doesn't like you can only have so many Americans on your roster down there. So and then Rink obviously with his international connections, so those guys are going to keep playing. As far as the NBA goes, I'll go with Sam just because I think that again there's no point anymore in trying to say that Sam Hoiberg can't do something because when you do that, you often look foolish.
Robin, the 5-for-5 rule is one that we've been talking about a lot this week from a football perspective, but I'm curious as to what you think it could mean from a basketball perspective, because basketball, doesn't seem like there's as many red shirts, certainly pound for pound, as there is in football. So on, one hand, it's not going to affect it from that perspective, but on the other hand, you're going to have older guys on these rosters in a sport where they really seem to value that age of players who probably aren't meant to be in the NBA or would really struggle at making a roster, thus sticking around and playing another year and making some money. Like, I feel like this might have a bigger impact on hoops than it could even have on football.
Yeah, and especially when you take into account the money involved here. Like, there are guys in college basketball right now making way more than what a late first round, second round draft pick would make. And so, like, there's not even like the financial appeal of making that jump now. And so if you got a guy that has an extra year of eligibility now with 5-for-5, that is a fringe draft prospect, there's a lot more incentive now to come back to college for that additional year rather than make the previously anticipated jump to the league, just because, one, you can continue to, work on things to try to make yourself a better prospect, but also you can make a lot more money in the process. So the conversation has changed so much with that college to pro decision. And this 5-for-5 thing is probably, one of the bigger X factors of all now, just considering it's now an option for guys, whereas before this wasn't even in the cards. And, for Nebraska, the immediate guys that stand to benefit from it, the only two players that could come back, seniors that could come back next year, are Price Stanford and Bowden Katke. Bowden is an interesting guy because, that could give Nebraska a starting center for 2 years now, as opposed to having to try and go back out and potentially have to get another one out of the portal in an era where, this past cycle, centers, at least top level centers, were going for, well over $3 million a pop. So, like, from a financial standpoint, that's a nice luxury to have where, if Bowden is what Nebraska thinks he can be, you can already start to, maybe start the negotiation process for 27-28 during the season before Katke even, goes into the portal. And then all of a sudden you're in a bidding war with a bunch of other schools. So I think there's a lot of advantages that way with guys like Bowden Katke. But, with Price, kind of that conversation I was just talking about where, what if he's good, but he's not like a surefire lottery pick? Price is the highest paid player on the team right now. Odds are he's probably going to make as much, maybe even a little bit more than he would if he were to go to the draft and be, a late first round pick, early second round pick. So, this season, there's a lot left to play out and just how kind of the options are going to stack up at the end of the season. But, again, at least now Price has that option. And again, there's a lot of appealing reasons to come back if that NBA draft opportunity isn't as, locked in as maybe some might think it could be.
There's no risk of a logjam coming, is there? At least in terms of what they've got in the queue versus what, guys like Price, for example, coming back. Did the coaches do enough to prepare for kind of preventing what could be a numbers crunch if this goes into effect, and it should?
I think so. And they got several seniors on the roster that can't come back. So, there's going to be space created, and they only have one commit for the 27 class. So I think that the numbers aren't going to be an issue. And, that's a good problem to have when you're like, oh no, how do we make room for Price Stanford? Like, okay, well, you can figure it out and you can find ways to make it happen. So I don't think that's much of a worry at all. Even if it was, Nebraska would certainly do what it needed to do to make sure that opportunity was very much available to Price if he were to choose to come back.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. All right, Robin, well, we appreciate it. Thanks. Have a great weekend, even though it's going to summer actually hits this
Oh,
weekend.
yeah, it's going to be stinky out there, Robin.
I'm seeing all the doom scrollers already saying it's going to be really, really bad.
I think Michael
I'm like,
Severe's battening down the hatches and going to his basement where the air conditioning is turned down even colder.
Yeah.
This is the annual point of where Michael just questions everything about his decision to live in Nebraska.
Why am I not in Alaska? Why am I not in Alaska?
Which again, he spent a lot of his lifetime growing up in Louisiana.
Well, yeah, it's very confusing.
Like, I don't get it. Like, how can you hate humidity when you literally grew up in the pit of the United States?
But I guess,
he's like Bane. I was molded by it.
I was molded by the fire.
Well, teach their own.
Yep, I guess so.
All right, Robin, thanks.
Yep, see you guys.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Speaking of the Nebraska ball movie, I noticed.
Have you watch it?
No. That Jack Mitchell shuts it off before the Iowa game.
I thought that they didn't include that in it. They include the loss at the end. I thought it was just like, and then they beat Vanderbilt.
Oh, so what is it? Oh, you think
season ended?
You think it's like Chasing 3, which all of a sudden just magically disappeared when the winds.
Did he watch it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I watched the Nebraska ball doc tonight. Just amazing. I left the room when the Iowa game started. I will never see another second of that game until the day I die. Understandable. There's some Cowboys games that I don't like.
That was that was my attitude when the Cubs 1984 video came out. It got to that point, and I was like, I did end up, unlike Jack, who's a wuss.
Finished?
I finished it.
Nice.
But I did notice, it was on YouTube during COVID.
Did you watch it?
And I rewatched the whole thing. But as soon as we got to the third game of the Padres series, yep, I know how this ends. I'm done. I don't want to relive this.
Understandable.
I don't want to hear that damn name Garvey anymore.
Alex and Lincoln says it goes black after Vanderbilt, like the Sopranos ending. Don't stop. And then it ends, Nick.
And then Iowa walks in a members-only jacket.
Oh, no.
Pop, pop, pop.
What do you think, Nick? You think Tony gets got at the end of The Sopranos, or is it just, artistic license from David Chase?
I bet he got shot.
Yeah, I always go back and forth. I don't remember what I think. I think that he got
it
shot.
can be both. It can be both artistic license, but also he probably got shot.
Were you one of the people, John, watching it that you thought your cable went out?
Yep.
A lot of people thought their cable went
I
out.
immediately hit the rewind button, and I was like, what happened?
And then finally created by David Chase.
So I've never seen The Sopranos famously, but I know about that scene famously because of Family Guy. Family Guy has taught my generation a lot of very specific pop culture things.
Gross.
Because there was a bit where it's like, at least we didn't stop at the end just cutting to black like The Sopranos, and then it cut to black.
Stib says they show just a few lowlights to mention they lost, but they don't show nearly as much of that game as the rest. Yeah.
So probably kind of skipped over the whole, Max wasn't on the floor at the time.
Oopsies.
Yeah.
I still remember when I realized that. I was at a gas station with Mike Schaefer waiting for an Uber. And I was like, wait, there was only 4 guys on the floor? What? Man.
Well, speaking of basketball, an update on the fist to the throat heard round the world.
I didn't hear it until today, until like an hour ago.
Well, we've got an update on it. That and some other interesting odds and ends, including some more calendar stuff for college football.
We have I Don't Care.
We do have I Don't Care. And oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Also, you know what I realized today? And
Yes.
this doesn't have to be a segment. I realized that this is going to be my 30th season watching college football in full. Started in 1997. This is 2026. What? I'm not saying it's not a topic. I just thought that was cool. My 30th college football season. How fun is that? Okay, screw you guys. I like sports. Unlike these
I like
yahoos.
sports. We're watching the Giants and the Athletics right
Yeah,
now.
look at it's her birthday. It's the
her
old lady's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Why she look like Kathy?
old hag.
Remember Kathy from the Funny Pages? That comic, Kathy?
What?
There's a comic in the Sunday paper called Kathy, and that lady kind of reminded me of her.
Sunday paper. What year is it, Nick?
I did not expect a Sunday comics reference from Nick.
Yeah, remember the funny pages?
Coming up next, Marmaduke.
Hey, what was the one of the
Peanuts.
No, it was about the guys in the army. What was that one?
I can picture it. I can't think of the name.
Oh, what was it?
That was my favorite thing. My grandpa would get the Sunday paper. I'd be like, Grandpa, can I look at the comics?
What was that? Because it was that one.
Beetle Bailey.
Beetle Bailey.
Wow.
I read that one.
Wow, it's still around.
I read Garfield.
I like Zitz. That one was fun.
I was never really a comic book or comics guy.
There used to be one in the sports section every day. And I'm trying to remember that one, but it was basically about a high school athlete.
Cool.
And it was in the sports pages every
Interesting.
day.
Weird.
Yeah. Comics. 1620 The Zone.
So what's this thing that's going down, John? I hear it's pretty big.
The Caitlin Clark thing?
No, something else. It's this, John. It's the Zone Online contest.
Oh, the Zone Online contest. Please tell me more.
Well, Black Keys coming to Omaha. Nick's favorite band, Chris Stapleton, coming to Lincoln. Motionless in White, Bert Kreischer, and more. Go to 1620thezone.com today for your chance to win. Also, you can sign up for 1620 the email. Oh, I saw an email over the last couple of weeks from 1620 the email that said something about baseball.
Nice.
And now that is over. So
No, it's
now
not.
We're watching it. We're watching baseball. It's
Don't
tied.
think that 1620 the email will be talking about the Giants Athletics matchup anytime soon.
Probably a good idea, too.
Yeah.
So last night, it was the fist to the throat heard round the world.
I mean, Caitlin to the ground, and ooh, that's a hand to the neck, and then Alyssa Thomas steps over. See, that-
It did not result in a foul. Nothing was called. The game went on. And folks were mad, including the Indiana Fever head coach, who went off in the post-game press conference saying, we have a generational talent, WNBA superstar who had 2 cheap shots. There was another play earlier or later in the game where Caitlin Clark's going up for a 3. There was a dangerous closeout. She ended up landing on the defender's foot and going down hard, and that also can be a flagrant foul. Never called?
Was this the game where this new meme came from?
I think so.
This new meme is awesome.
Yeah, the new meme is everywhere. We'll get to that later.
Of the player pointing. Have you seen that, Nick? It is funny. I like that.
I saw one where it says toddlers when they see somebody with a physical disability.
I saw that too. Yeah.
But head coach Stephanie White also said, you've got to call it, talking about the refs. It's absolutely egregious, utterly disrespectful. The officials admitting later they didn't see what happened. Duh.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously.
The refs are coming in here aware of what happened 2 nights ago because there was a lot of technical fouls a couple of nights ago. And the reckless closeout that they actually reviewed that wasn't upgraded, to me, that's like a do-over on a test. How do you screw it up again? Absolutely disrespectful. We spent all offseason looking at officiating, and I still say the one thing we keep asking for is consistency. Caitlin is not called the same way as everyone else is called. The fist in the throat is crazy. Crazy. It's dangerous. When you have these things continue to happen time and time again, it eventually gets frustrating. Well, update. Alyssa Thomas of the Phoenix Mercury.
I was going to say, I think they're the Mercury.
Had to think about it.
I knew we were in the solar system.
And
because there's the Phoenix Suns.
She has been
And then the first planet,
the
Mercury.
She is
If they have another team, they could be the Venus.
Are they planning on having 8 other basketball teams?
Maybe they will.
Probably not. But she is. Thomas has been suspended for 1 game.
There you go. All's well.
Well, some folks are saying it was worth more than that. Also, nothing about the officiating.
I'll be honest. Okay, so as I said to you, I'm serious. I missed this. I missed everything last night because
I didn't see it last. I saw it this morning.
I somehow avoided seeing it this morning. So I was like, all right, let's see this play. I think 1 game is fine for this. I've seen way worse, result in sometimes 1 game. I didn't think it was that that's crappy to do to somebody, but I don't think that's the worst attack on a player I've ever seen.
I mean, but what it's continued to do
is the piling up.
It's the piling up on the piling up of constant stuff and people asking, why is Caitlin getting called these ways, or why is she not getting the benefit of the doubt as other star players do? And it's a great question. I mean, I've seen a lot of people who watch a lot more WNBA than I do, who ask the question, we often at times, Chiefs fans, you'll be nodding your head violently in agreement. You look at winning teams or winning players and how it seems like they get the benefit of the doubt more than others. Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, they
Tom Brady,
they get the breaks.
Max Verstappen.
And you see it in a lot of sports. You see it in a lot of sports, right?
SGA.
Greg Maddux used to have a pretty damn wide strike zone back in the day because he had a great reputation. But for some reason, Caitlin Clark, it's the opposite. It is the opposite effect. And of course, it starts all of the, the debates about, the culture in the WNBA and why it's happening in this league. And it's brought up a lot of questions.
Stib says Mahomes gets calls. First time hearing of this. I feel that I am not suited to have an in-depth conversation on this because I don't watch the league. And so I don't know, is this only her or because I saw some commentary earlier today when I was trying to catch up on this during one of the commercial breaks that was like, look, the officiating is bad, period. It's not just her. The officiating is terrible. The league is overly physical and they're allowing it to be overly physical. And yeah, it is happening with her. And that's going to get talked about the most because she is easy. You talk about Caitlin Clark and people are going to be we're getting more comments during this segment than the Dana Holgerson segment. Like, think about that. Right now, we're getting
Caitlin
more
probably
comments.
Calls better offensive plays.
She probably would. But seriously, like, she is such a lightning rod that if you talk about her, more people respond to it. And so what I'm trying to say with that is, I don't know. Is the officiating bad only with her? Is the officiating bad?
I've seen enough to know that there's an issue here. What the issue is, it's obvious there's jealousy going on.
There's from the refs?
Not necessarily from the refs. I'm just talking about the physicality. Because here's the thing. If you're allowed to be physical with someone in a game like this and it doesn't get called, you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. And so the wide berth that you're being allowed to get away with it allows people to keep doing it.
See, so I would ask this: is it jealousy or is it trying to get in her head because she also has a lot of technical fouls, and it seems like if you mess with her enough, she's going to respond, and then she will get a technical. So, like, I don't think it's jealousy. I think that they're trying to mess with her.
You don't think there's
obviously there is, but I think that they're trying to affect her mentally.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's always going to be that level of gamesmanship.
Platcat, who is a huge WNBA fan, he says WNBA refs are 100 times worse than any other sport. It's only a headline because of her 110%. Someone who has watched almost every game for a decade plus. That dude is a diehard fan.
It kind of sucks that it takes the WNBA's biggest star right now to kind of highlight these reffing issues. Because do you think this will turn into a bigger reformation of WNBA officiating?
Well, but here's the thing. Within the league, it's a big deal. Right. And that's all that really matters. The fact that we're all being brought into the conversation, people who don't watch the WNBA, it's more not that the WNBA has officiating issues. It's look at what happened to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. And see,
that's the story. The WNBA is obviously known that they have an officiating problem. They just continue not to address.
And dare I say, the WNBA has a problem, period. I know we joked about this a couple of weeks ago. I don't like the sport. Some of it is I hate the courts. I despise them and their eyesores. And so I don't want to watch it. The other thing is it does not seem like a fun sport to discuss. I watch the NFL to watch the NFL, not to talk about it on the radio. This seems like a sport that is built in a lab to piss as many people off as possible. It really does. And I don't know why it's happening at such a high degree right now. I know, obviously, that race is a discussion in this, just like it was when it was Magic versus Bird. So I'm not going to pretend like that is not the case. It is just emphasized at a higher degree because of social media now. And anyone can turn on a microphone or flip their camera around and spout out whatever they want to say. That, of course, is a thing. She's a white basketball player in a sport that is predominantly black. Of course, race is going to be a discussion. It always is. Black quarterback in the NFL, that's still a race discussion. Even though we're however many years, decades past Doug Williams winning a Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes winning 3 Super Bowls, and yet that's still a thing. And it's not an enjoyable thing to talk about because there just doesn't seem to be any fun or any joy with anything, whether it's her and how she feels or how the players feel about her or how fans feel about her,
No, it's not fun. You're right.
On all the sides.
You're right. And I guess that's part of the shame of it all, and shame on the WNBA for not recognizing this earlier. You've got someone who the ratings bear it out. The games that she's in are much more viewed than the games that she's not in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not even close. And there was an opportunity to perhaps capitalize on this, and it doesn't feel like
It feels like they're fumbling the bag.
they have fumbled the bag.
Because, like, I think that they could have got me. I watched a lot of women's college, and first of all, I call women's college basketball games, so I'm already watching the product up close and personal. And then during her heyday, after Creighton beat Iowa in the round of 32 back in 2022. That was just like, oh wow, this is a person that I want to watch all the time. And I'm not going to pretend like I sat down and watched every single Iowa game, but John, I watched way more Iowa basketball, women's basketball, than I had probably watched women's basketball in my entire life combined up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she went pro, I was like, I'm going to follow along on this ride because I really enjoyed watching. I really enjoyed, the rivalry with Angel Reese and LSU, like that was fun stuff. As me, just a fan of basketball. And man, I'm completely turned off by all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how much of that's on her, how much of that's on the sport, how much of that's on the officials, how much of that is on the general toxicity of the fandom. I can't stand any of it. It sucks.
Yeah, well, fun. Yeah. There's a lot of toxicity there.
The courts are terrible.
There's a lot of toxicity there that needs to be examined. And it doesn't seem like anyone wants to really, truly examine it. And so it just becomes cannon fodder for, the
culture war BS.
The culture war, cable noise channel.
See, and I'll be honest, I have zero desire to participate in any of that type of crap anymore. We did that stuff back in all sorts of years, and I just have zero desire because I got to a point where it's like I can have my opinion and you can have yours, and I know I'm not going to convince anybody.
Yeah.
And so it's not even like I'm afraid to say it. It's just like it's just yelling. It's yelling past each other, and it's not enjoyable. And so maybe that's why they're not having the conversations, because they are tough conversations, to have. They are. It's very difficult.
But if you're running a responsible business, and let's face it, the truth of the matter is this: the WNBA loses money. It's still subsidized by the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're running a responsible business, you want to get to the bottom of it so that you can move forward and you can take advantage of a boom period. And it's a unique boom period. It's not just because of one player, but it's also because women's sports in general has never been more popular. The rise of volleyball, the rise of women's soccer, the rise of women's basketball. And there's an opportunity here to take advantage of it and be a league that doesn't need, we don't need your money, NBA. We can do it on our own.
Yeah.
We can be successful and be very popular on our own.
Think about it.
They don't do it.
To keep going back to the Magic Bird comp, which I think is a very good one because at the time the NBA had NBA finals that were tape delayed. Magic Johnson's first moment winning Game 6 in the 1980 NBA finals against the Sixers and winning the MVP, starts at center, he plays forward and guard, was tape delayed.
Mm-hmm.
Think about then a decade later as Michael Jordan is on the ascendancy, how different the league is. And that was because of a confluence of a lot of events that the NBA captured perfectly. They really leaned into
advantage
things.
of it.
And you know what? Maybe if there's social media back in 1984 when the Lakers are playing the Celtics, maybe they get caught in the culture war BS and it's a bunch of garbage and they're not able to, capture the moment in time. Thankfully, it wasn't. And the league grew and it ballooned and now it's a worldwide entity. They got to get out of their own way.
Or maybe we were just more mature.
Maybe in 1984, you were listening to AC/DC and you knew what was up.
Hell
Maybe.
Hell yeah.
But
and you rooted for the Lakers when they were good.
Nice.
Now you root for the Celtics.
Nice. You just turn your back. It just sucks because, again, I really thought that look, in your 30s, in your 50s, it's hard to get into a sport. It's hard. You fall in love with a sport, and I think at the age of 13, and that's kind of what you got for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself, way invested. After being one of those classic guys growing up, I watch women's basketball. Why would I watch? I was that kid growing up, and then I was way invested, and now I'm just like, nah.
And now Josh is back.
Where's the kitchenette on the court?
Yeah, exactly. Those are the words that I say now when I watch women's basketball.
Get
new courts, though. Good Lord, they're terrible.
On a completely different and much more lighthearted note, speaking of kitchens.
Ooh, what's for dinner coming up at the end of next hour?
No, Nick will appreciate this, though.
Willie?
You're familiar with the Legacy Motor Club?
Yes.
It's the NASCAR team that's owned by, it used to be Richard Petty, now it's Jimmy Johnson, and there's other investors. Do you know who has bought in as an investor of the Legacy Motor Club. Notice how I transitioned to this segment. Speaking of kitchens.
Freddie Kitchens, the wide receiver?
No, Mr. Flavortown himself.
No.
Guy
Fieri.
Fieri. Guy Fieri is now a part owner of the Legacy Motor Club.
Incredible.
I'm happy.
So we're going to be so I mean, you got a sport now that has Michael Jordan as an owner and Guy Fieri.
They're 100% going to put flames on that car somewhere.
Vroom, vroom. Killer. We talked about MJ with a good friend, Ryan McGee. He stopped by with Matt and I on Monday, and Matt asked us a NASCAR question, and it was like,
good for him, because I knew you wouldn't.
Hell no. I don't remember the exact question. It was basically like, what is more important? Michael Jordan's car or whatever? I don't know. Being good. And then he mentioned a different guy. He's like, or this guy being good. And Ryan said both, but it'd be more important if Michael Jordan, if they were good, because he cares. He was like, Michael Jordan actually cares. He shows up to things.
Oh, he does. He shows up a lot.
Because
he's a great owner.
He told a story about all these other, drop in for 15 minutes and then leave. Oh, I'm going to be a car owner. And then this team sucks or whatever, and they don't care. Good for you, Michael
It's
Jordan.
finally paying off for that team, too.
Well, this Guy Fieri will be able to feed the team.
David texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Speaking of terrible sports, got him.
Yeah, no,
we're not watching
now.
soccer right now.
No, I know, sadly.
Oh, NASCAR's pretty terrible right
World
now.
Cup.
There's a thing they could do to fix it.
What? New
Get
tires?
rid of stages.
Get rid of stages.
Everybody conserves fuel now. It's so boring.
Well, coming
Fossil
up,
fuel Nick.
In NASCAR, yeah.
Burn them.
coming
gotta
up,
burn it.
we've got I Don't Care,
Hell yeah.
and next 100 days to the NFL.
Awesome. About damn time. About damn time.
I don't know if you're going to like today.
Oh, what are you crapping on with the Cowboys this time? Can't wait to find out.
The Cowboys kind of crap on themselves.
No, we've been actually very normal this
Usually
offseason.
kind of runs down.
Jerry
their
hasn't really
leg.
been speaking. I hope he's okay.
No, you don't.
Oh, he's
Yes,
perfectly
I
fine.
do.
He's saving all his energy and all of his speaking for the season.
All
when
of his glory holes.
When he interrupts. Who's your coach now?
Schottenheimer, of course.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You hired Little Schottenheimer.
I like Brian. He's a good culture guy.
Of course you
He's
do.
good. His offense
Of course you do.
his
He's
offense
never
rocks.
been a good coach, but hey, what night?
His offense,
we love him.
his offense is killer, and now they actually have a defensive coordinator this year. It's going to be exciting.
I mean, they had a defensive coordinator last year.
No, his name is Eberflus, and he is bad. He is not legally a
What's his
defensive
title?
coordinator.
A defensive coordinator.
It was accidental defensive coordinator. I think he stumbled into the room.
The Cowboys are kind of an accidental franchise.
Nah, we're going to be better this year. It's going to be nice. Still losing the playoffs. Don't worry. I'm not dreaming of big things, but they're going to be better. They're going to go to the playoffs.
Put that on the list.
I think I already did, but I will again just to
Okay.
be sure.
16-20 the zone.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Present, Nick.
It's
pressed
100
it.
days to the NFL. And you know what we haven't talked about in a while? We have not updated folks on the latest with the romance around the NFL. No, not that romance. The Diana Rossini romance.
Oh.
Wait, why did you say I wouldn't want to talk about this? That you're thinking of somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Severe. You're thinking of Severe. I love this topic.
Well,
I read the whole. Did you read the whole New York Times story?
No, but I am going to pick from this little excerpt.
Wow, so John doesn't care that MSG and the surrounding areas are going to be closed down around the 4th of July.
Stay tuned.
Oh.
That is coming up later.
What does that have to do with the NFL?
Well, I don't know if you know
Stay
this,
tuned.
but she's getting married to...
Oh, sorry. I was confused. I
Kelsey.
thought this was another Knicks thing that Nick was talking
No.
about. I see.
No.
They're doing what they did for President T for the Taylor Swift wet. Anyway, keep going. Let's do this.
So the New York Times, who employed Diana Rossini when she was caught with, well, they
Red-handed
they
Nah, I
each
won't
had their fingers in the...
honeypot, John, I believe is what they're
Honeypot.
called. This is a great story. By the way, if you have a library card, you can get free access to the New York Times. And so that's how I read the story.
But she admitted to...
Oh my God, she admitted.
She admitted to being pulled over one time. This was on a podcast.
Yeah, this is how the story begins.
Yeah. She was pulled over for texting and driving.
Oh, okay.
Pulling a Nick, as I call it.
I thought this was the Jeep story.
She was driving with her young sons in the car. Not sure where the father is.
Hey!
And was texting and driving, so she gets pulled over. And she tells the officer that Sean McDermott, the Bills coach, had been fired.
Well, that means this is months ago. This is 5-6 months ago.
Very recent. Well, as the conversation goes on, the officer said he was a fan of a different team. So she offered to get the coach of that team on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk to the coach?
And guess what, Nick?
And so she FaceTimed that coach.
Who the reporting in the story, I don't know if you have this, but it was not Vrabel. This coach was not Vrabel, but it was another coach.
It was another coach. And so the coach says, "What's up?" And Diana Rossini said, "I just got pulled over and wanted you to meet my friend, Officer Joe."
Oh, Michael Severe wouldn't like that. Her calling him a friend.
The coach said to the officer, "You should let her go. She's a good citizen." And wouldn't you know who won the pony? She
Got a
didn't
warning.
get a ticket.
She's a good citizen. She just broke a law, which is what you pulled her over for in the first place.
By the way, I believe...
Don't text and drive, idiots.
I believe that was like the second or third time that she had done that recently, like that she had gotten caught.
You know,
I believe that was in the story.
I think using your position of power and influence like that to get away with breaking laws is a bad thing.
Interesting.
The article has a quote from a Times Company spokeswoman who described the effort to get a coach to talk a police officer out of a ticketing Rossini as unacceptable conduct.
Yeah. So the story,
You think?
story is titled "Diana Rossini was an NFL insider. Was she also out of bounds?" Excellent headline. Good job by the Times headline makers here. And the through line of this entire story, because you haven't read it, you said?
No.
First of all, I recommend it. I think it's really interesting. Now, I have seen some say, man, the newspaper side of the Times, the actual New York Times, they hated her because they go after her pretty hard in here, basically presenting a case that she was unprofessional in her job from day one. It's not even a recently situation. But, John, the through line of this is the amount of times that Vrabel was just like showing up in the story for her. She gets a promotion at ESPN. There's this photo. Let me see if I can find it that ESPN used where Vrabel is down on the field watching one of her reports where she is able to land various interviews, where she jokes about my second home was in Nashville this season. Like all of these things. I mean, basically, I read it as the two writers saying, this has obviously been going on, and look at all of the breadcrumbs along the way that showed.
And the breadcrumbs.
I forgot the photo of her pregnant on the boat. I forgot about that until I was reading the story. And I was just like, oh, yeah, there was that piece of intel that came out earlier this year. Yikes.
100 days to the NFL.
Can't wait, man. Kenneth says, I'm going to get pulled over and ask the officer who their favorite local radio guy is and then FaceTime Josh to get me out of it. I would be honored to get FaceTime trying to get
Want to talk somebody out of being penalized for doing something wrong?
Sometimes, John, a warning is okay. Has your sons, have either of them ever done something that you were like, I should punish you, but I'm going to let you off with a warning because I'm a good father?
Hell no, it's punishment, baby.
I think
it was
spanking
wrong.
time.
You don't need a warning. You already knew it was wrong.
Exactly. I think in cases like texting and driving, you should just know not to do that because it's dumb and dangerous.
Yep.
So you guys
and with their kids in the car.
I'm a fan of punishing somebody with something like this to set an example so other people don't do it, so they don't think that they can get away with stuff.
I have only been pulled over one time, and it was for one of my headlights being out. And I said, officer, I actually have the other headlight in my car, and I showed it to him. And I was like, I just don't know how to install it. And he was like, that's a warning. Please install it soon. And I said, yes, sir.
Well, yeah, but at least you said you would acknowledge that the malfunction was there and you were in the process of fixing it.
Right. I didn't tell him that I had that light in my dash whatever for like a half year. What's it called? What's the thing?
Wait a minute. You had a headlight in your dash?
glove box?
Glove box. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. I had it in my glove box for like a half year. I didn't tell him that part. I was just like, I've been meaning to do it.
At that point, just ask somebody how to do it.
Nick, that's what I did. This was pre-YouTube. You couldn't just log on.
Yeah, I know.
to
Just
YouTube.
ask somebody. I'm sure there's somebody in your life who knows how to put in a headlight.
And that's what I did. But now, if the same thing happened, you know what I would do? I would go to our good friends across the street and say, please, could you install this? I'm an idiot. You know me. One time I tried to help my car and I ripped out a headlight. I don't know cars, guys.
That was brilliant.
I do know that I don't have automatic headlights, though, Nick. I know car.
No, that's true.
I know car.
I was surprised.
Yeah. Shout out to
Did you ever think if they would have won the war that they would have changed the logo from the logo that's on the front of the car to just a small mustache?
I had never thought about I thought you were going to say...
Wow, mustache. I thought they would have gone with just the swastika.
That's what I was thinking, too. Over, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you imagine? Because, in the
Hitler.
movie Cars, all the personality. Just imagine the personality your car would have. You just had a little toothbrush mustache.
Speaking of cars, they always talk about how, like, in that universe, like 9/11 happened.
Yeah, no, there was 100% Cars Hitler.
Oh.
He was a Volkswagen Bug.
Oh.
Which is also funny because the bugs in the Cars universe are also just like actual bugs, like little flying insect bugs.
Are you going to go see the movie, John, in the theater? It's
What movie?
Cars. They're re-releasing Cars into theaters.
I've already seen it. I don't need to go to the theater.
You don't want to watch it on the big screen with all your dork friends?
I'd watch it.
My
in
dork
theaters.
friend.
I know you
I
would.
took my kids to that movie.
No, I know. I was talking about Nick.
I didn't get to see it in theaters.
Nick, McMaster, and Bishop. That's a menage a trois if I've ever seen one.
Well, all people who like motorsports, crazy.
Yeah.
That they'd like a motorsports movie.
I mean, John doesn't like Days of Thunder.
It's because it's not a motorsports movie.
What is it?
Cars was more realistic than Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder uses racing as a backdrop for just Tom Cruise running away from his problems.
I mean,
That sounds
all
like a
Days
Tom
of
Cruise
Thunder.
movie.
Yeah.
All Days of Thunder is Top Gun, but with cars.
Yeah, nice.
With race cars.
Nice.
The only difference was, Scooter or Bronco or whatever that guy's name didn't get launched up through the ceiling of the car and
Is this Days
break
of
his
Thunder
neck and
again?
die.
Tom Cruise also had an 11-speed race car.
Matthew says, how can you not like Days of Thunder?
Easy. It's bad.
It wasn't good.
As a kid, I watched it and I'm like, man, this is not good.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to check it out. I've never seen it before.
It wasn't good.
It's my turn to pick the movie club for next week.
No, it isn't. It's my turn.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No,
You skipped me?
no, we didn't skip you.
They skipped me to give Stibbs a pick, and then it was my
So now
pick.
it's his turn, so then it's going to
Yeah.
be my turn after that. Open up the doc. I know what's going on here.
Was John's last pick Mean Girls?
No.
It was one of my last picks.
So let's see. Last week we did Galaxy Quest. That was John's
That's right.
last pick.
That was John's.
So we did Galaxy Quest, and then we did the French Connection, and now we're doing Nick's, and then it's gonna be my turn finally. Days of Thunder.
You
it
yielded
is.
your pick.
No, we didn't yield.
You did. You yielded.
When we
it.
have fill-ins, we give them the honor. They get to cut in line,
Mm-hmm.
and then we
I
go
don't
back
allow
to
cutting in line.
Oh, we just did.
There's no way.
There was
we just
something.
did.
There was something I saw on Paramount Plus recently that I was like, "Ooh, that could be a fun
The
movie."
fly fishing movie?
No, not John, Nick. I'll figure it out. Maybe Scream 7. Just kidding.
Oh.
I would never do something like that.
Coming up next.
What do we got?
I don't care.
Oh, awesome.
And so we may circle back to
Days of Thunder?
no,
Oh, Caitlin Clark.
no,
Oh,
Wow.
Diana Rossini.
no. The other subject that we had started to get sidetracked on
Oh,
before we mentioned Diana Rossini.
Gotcha.
Okay.
1620 the zone.
Days, but it's still the same vibe. Open bars on Monday. What's happening on social media and the takes you didn't ask for, but we're gonna give to you anyway.
Yeah, except now I've got to do more and try to keep Jimmy on the rails.
Good luck with that, Dan.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
Well, it just so happens we're watching one of their games right now. If you've been anywhere in the baseball Twitter sphere, a lot of stuff's going on with the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of stuff. I don't care what's happening to the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, boy.
And that's it. I don't care.
Do you think, I'm just going to ask you a baseball question.
Yeah.
Is Tony Vitello in over his head there in the professional game?
It's not that he's necessarily over his head. He just doesn't fit.
He seems like a
Some people
vibes guy, but you can't be a vibes guy in the pros. You got to have some actual managerial skills.
There's just sometimes it just doesn't fit. You know, and that's not
I've
a
been
bad
there.
thing. That's not a bad
You've
thing.
been there as a
You
Rockies
know,
fan?
There's just not many people
Sometimes it just doesn't fit.
that can coach at
nice.
both levels.
Yep.
Especially if they had never had any previous experience in professional baseball.
Mm.
It would have been different, like Pat Murphy, who is now the manager of the Brewers. He had some
Yes.
experience in professional baseball, then was in college, then went, up to, or at least kind of did the climb.
If Darren Erstad would have made the jump, it would have been interesting. Remember when the Dodgers were kicking the tires on him? Remember that when that happened?
Yes.
Stib says, I think Posey is more in over his head. That presser was rough. Hashtag baseball guy of the week. Yeah, I did see that.
When it comes to the Giants,
You don't care?
I don't care.
All right, I got two things for you. One, and I'm trying to figure out how to say I don't care about this without coming off petty. I don't care about the Director's Cup all the time. It's not just now. I just never have cared about this. I care about having good sports. I don't care about the Director's Cup standing and points. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's good that Nebraska has had a really good athletic year. I don't need the Director's Cup to tell me that they have had a really good athletic year. Okay. So I just wanted it to make sure I don't come off as petty.
Here's the other problem with the Director's Cup. It's always going to be the same teams that are near the top because they sponsor more sports.
Correct.
It'd be like, to use a NASCAR, let's say, Kyle Larson races 30 races a year, but Chase Elliott only races 20. You got more chances to accumulate points.
Mm-hmm.
And so Nebraska is never going to win the Director's Cup. And they would have to have a perfect season across the board because they don't have, rowing, and they don't have, men's swimming, and they don't have men's gym. They don't have a lot of sports. The Stanfords and the Texases that sponsor every sport under the sun, they're always going to win it. So yeah, I totally understand.
The other one I wrote down, and I guess this is another one I'm trying to figure out exactly what I don't care about. Because there's always stories about these foreign fans coming in and like, oh man, I went to a Buc-ee's or I went to McDonald's. And they're always just like blown away by it. And now it just seems like a lot of them are pretend or they were like paid actors and it's not real.
You're so cynical all the time.
No, it just seems like that's what the case is. So I think my I don't care is I don't care if they're paid actors. It's fun content.
Oh, yeah, there
you go. I turned it around on you, didn't I, Nick? Yeah.
I thought you were about to get all grumbly about it.
Because it's fun. It's like, oh, hey, they went to, the Drover. Like, that's fun and exciting. Why am I going to be critical of that?
What were the fans we were watching the Cubs game? What country was it? Sweden, Norway?
Yeah, Norway, I think.
Norway.
They're rowing the boat. That's really fun.
I saw a funny tweet today because Dansby Swanson is just having an amazing series, and we'll talk about it coming up in content. But there was a funny tweet today of, one of the biggest misinterpretations or something along the lines of foreign fans coming to the United States is they're all going to return home thinking that Dansby Swanson.
Nice. Nick, do you have anything?
I don't care
about.
I'm dipping my toes in the Giants thing. I think the players, I don't care. I don't care what their thoughts on it are. It's fine that they're getting in trouble because they're not getting in trouble for their beliefs. They're getting in trouble for altering an MLB uniform, but people are trying to get all culture wars about it. I don't care that they're upset about it because they ruined their uniforms. They broke a rule.
Yeah, I mean, if you do boil it down to that very essence.
That's what it is.
John can't opine here because he doesn't care.
It
is rule. You're
you
not allowed to alter
You can't alter your uniform. Like that's what it boils. That's the rule.
CD Lamb gets in trouble because his shirt's untucked.
Nobody's going after their freedom of speech or whatever, which again only goes against the government. If you work at a business, they can tamp you down if they want. But they altered the uniform. They broke a Major League Baseball rule. and that's what it is. So I don't care that they're upset about it. They broke a rule. You F around, find out.
Nobody says, would you feel the same way if they had a tattoo of a Bible verse on their forearm?
I wouldn't. That's fine.
Because it's their body.
Yeah.
Their body, their choice.
You can have a Bible verse.
John, you gonna get a Bible verse tattoo?
No.
Wow. Hates God. Hates God, John.
Also, Bible verse
just
tattooed
hates
on you
tattoos.
isn't you altering a uniform.
Yeah, it's your body. My mom has a Bible verse tattooed on her.
I don't care that New Yorkers are going to be up in arms because they're going to block streets in front of Madison Square Garden for the wedding of the century. In fact, I'm actually amused by it, but I don't care.
If you don't care about this, then you are no longer allowed to care about Lincoln Marathon affecting your city. That's the same thing.
No, it's not, because this doesn't affect me.
But at least with the marathon, we pay money to.
You don't pay enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
It should be $1 million per run.
That is not true.
That way we can fix all the streets in Lincoln and maybe time the lights out properly.
Oh my gosh, there's so much construction going on along my exact drive to work right now. It is triggering.
So if you haven't heard about this, they're renting out Madison Square Garden. And the reason why is because they want to be so
Are
people
they
can't
selling tickets?
No, they just want to be in a place where no one can like take pictures of them.
Oh, because if they go inside
They
of
don't
there,
want
they
the
can control it?
Yeah, because it's a controlled environment. So why you pick a Madison Square Garden, the most expensive arena to rent in the world?
I don't buy that at all.
Anyway, that's the excuse. Anyway,
I don't care about their wedding.
They according to the Trimes, they filed a permit to close the streets around the garden from July 2nd to July 4th.
Oh, yeah, because we're not supposed to know exactly when the day is. Is that what's going on? It could be the 2nd. It could be the 3rd. It could be the 4th.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
So you do care. Nice.
Go to a private island.
That's what I was going to say. Just fly somewhere. We've seen secret weddings happen with famous people all the time. I guess we haven't seen them because they're secret.
But
I don't get this.
You want to whore yourself
I can't
out
believe that they're getting married at MSG. Like, that seems kind of tacky.
It's a bit extra.
Yeah. And again, they're not selling tickets.
Also, if you want to have a secret wedding, do it somewhere secret.
Yeah, I don't understand this. At least I was right when I said that this is a real relationship.
Yeah.
John, are you going to finally say I was wrong?
Actually, it now makes sense.
What does?
That they're doing it at Madison Square Garden, the place where Hulk Hogan and Bruno Sammartino and all the greats of wrestling, because it is a kayfabe. In fact, guess what other kayfabe wedding took place at Madison Square Garden? Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. It's all coming full circle.
All right, now that'd be pretty funny.
Now it makes sense. Now I do care that they're doing it here.
Okay.
Because this is where the big reveal will happen.
It'd be pretty funny.
That it's all kayfabe.
If they were like, actually, this has been pretend the whole time. Got you.
Now
you
it
suckers.
makes sense. They're doing it in the garden.
What's the benefit of that?
Because they've been working us the whole time.
It's called trolling, Nick. You know about trolling.
It's really expensive troll.
It's just a giant troll.
It's not an I don't care, but can I ask a question?
I'm a little nervous now.
No, do it, John. Do it.
I specifically did not look this up because I realized, I could just look up these answers.
Okay.
But apparently,
I think I have an answer.
I think I have
is it
too.
tonight?
It's tonight, 9:00.
That the U.S. is playing. It's basically a meaningless game, right?
Yeah, they've already moved
clinched.
on. They've already moved on, and we know that they will be we know where they're playing and when they're playing.
What a world, by the way.
They're good.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they're playing Turkey.
Yes.
The country Turkey.
Yes.
That's what it used to be called. They changed the name.
The graphic for the Fox.
Mm-hmm.
It's
not Turkey, John.
It's Turkey.
It's Turkey.
But that's okay. So, John, to answer your question, this happened a few years ago. The country filed some kind of motion basically with the world, be like, hey, this is what we want to be called. This is what we call ourselves. It's the same as Ukraine.
Oh yeah, because what did we used to call it?
It used to be the Ukraine, and then it was Ukraine. It was Kiev.
Yeah. So would this be like?
But here's my question.
Yeah.
Because this isn't the anglicized. This isn't the English.
No, that's how it's spelled in their language.
Yes.
Right, but we don't do this for Japan.
No,
or
that
China.
should be
we don't call them
Nippon.
Deutschland.
See, and that's what I was going to actually bring up. Germany. I don't know why we don't call countries what they're actually
Japan.
called.
Japan should be NIP. That's why their baseball is the NPB. That's the Nippon Baseball League.
Why do we do that?
I think it's because we're in a Eurocentric world.
Yeah, but there's Deutschland. How did you get Germany out of that? You know,
It was
Why don't we
probably
just call it
some
Deutschland?
It was probably some translation from the Romans or something.
So
or the
like, yeah, they're
Greeks.
just saying this is our name. I learned
get
that
it,
during the
get
World
it,
Cup.
but
Germany
get it,
because
but
of
it's
the
the whole
Germanic
idea.
people.
It's the whole idea of, because our language doesn't have umlauts.
Correct.
Like this
Yes.
territory. Well,
Turkey.
That's too hard to say. I'm just gonna stick with Turkey.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what.
John's not respecting.
I'll start calling you by the name you want to be called by if you can beat the United States. Until you beat the United States, you're still Turkey.
John, I'm going to dead name you until you prove yourself to me.
Interesting.
They have to prove themselves to me.
Max says same with Czechia. It used to be the Czech Republic. Yeah. I think now that we have more information, they're like, hey, why are you saying our name all weird?
I am surprised that Japan is still going with Japan.
But it's just the way the language works. I don't know.
But again, I mean, we can say Deutschland. It's not hard. It's not a hard word to say. I like Deutschland. It's cool. We can start saying the under about Deutschland. That's kind of fun.
Honestly, maybe they should lean more into the Deutschland thing because Hitler wanted a unified Germany.
A rebrand.
A rebrand.
Rebrands are always nice.
That's what the money is for.
There you go.
It's Deutschland.
But see, how
Turkey.
does this work with languages that don't have the same alphabet? Like
Now, that's
the Russian language, the Japanese, the Chinese, all of this.
That's a great question. I don't know.
That's why
I don't know. So Japan isn't Japan?
No,
Nick?
it's Nippon. Nippon.
Okay.
That's why the NPB is the Nippon Baseball
I
League,
realized recently that Tokyo isn't even Tokyo.
or Nippon Professional Baseball.
Have you seen this, John? Have you heard about this? You go to the Tokyo Wikipedia page. It's pretty wild. It's officially the Tokyo Metropolis. That's pretty fun. Why don't we call it that?
I don't know.
Nippon.
I don't know.
That's exciting.
Jordan wants to know:
Nippon.
Nippon. Is the U.S. going to fry or roast turkey tonight? No,
Turkey.
They're going to smoke the turkey tonight.
See, this could be fun though, John, because at Thanksgiving you can say turkey, turkey, because you're excited. You're saying yay.
Yeah, but turkey,
Hooray!
turkey sounds like tofu turkey.
It kind of does.
A little bit.
Mom got turkey again. No, not turkey yay. More like Turk boo.
It's impossible turkey.
All right, let's just try to remember this
You
at
ever
Thanksgiving.
eaten the turkey rolls before?
What?
It's a turkey roll.
You never seen these?
No.
Slop.
It's basically meatloaf turkey.
Oh my gosh, absolutely not.
I'm open to it.
It's actually not that. I mean, if you think about it, most chicken nuggets are processed. It's basically like that, except there's no breading.
Chief says Nick is 100% of
Because I know history.
Well, apparently, so Nick, you were doing something at dinner last night. They were talking about on the morning show that was classic weeb behavior. What was it? What were you talking about?
So Joey brought up his watch. It's a Tissot.
That's
which is
right.
a good watch.
He said, I like Japanese watches
because
more.
I like the movement better.
I know you do.
I like the. I have a Seiko.
Just
It's a great watch.
You just gotta leave.
Seiko, Casio.
You just gotta leave.
They make great watches.
The movement?
The automatic movement. Because not all watches have batteries, John. I don't know if you know that. Some of them are mechanical. And the movement is. I like the movement. The Seiko's better.
I just prefer to have a battery and I can put it on a little charger at night.
I love chargers. Nick, thoughts?
It's fine. I just like the analog watches.
That's cool.
Because eventually we're going to live in a world where electricity doesn't exist because all the data centers are sucking them.
Well, then I'm happy that you'll have your Japanese watch. I'll be jealous of you when that happens.
It's a great watch. It was my wedding watch. It was a nice watch. You would know that if you showed up.
You know what?
I was sick. I had the flu.
You know what? If we're living in a world that doesn't have electricity, I'm really not going to be worried what time it is.
That's a great point. Nick, never mind. I rescind my compliment.
Time is still important
Not
without
really.
electricity.
Not really.
People still cared about the time before electricity was a
but
thing.
how is it going to affect me? I'm going to be a farmer? No. I'll die.
Yeah,
In the
there's
early
a
days
difference.
of no
There's a
electricity.
difference. Those folks grew up without electricity. We did.
I'll
And
get
when you
taken
take
out.
something like that away, a need, a necessity, I'm not
I'll
going to
be
care what time
Nick,
it
I'll be
is.
roaming in the lands and I'll be like, no, it's me, a radio host, John. Oh, Josh Peterson.
There was an old show on Sci-Fi, I think, called Defiance. That was about this exact thing where the U.S. just lost all the electricity in the world.
Yeah.
And it showed how people kind of reverted.
Remember,
to figure that out.
if we ever get to that era, that you know what the most important currency is.
Yours.
No, it's not gold, it's pillows.
It is. And
I-
toilet paper.
I want to be comfortable when I go to bed at night.
Right. This was the conversation we had with Happer.
Yep. Piss sock day.
Yep. It was Piss Sock Day.
Yeah. John, you weren't there. You were a jerk. You were like, I'm calling a basketball game.
Thank God.
Go Jays.
Coming up,
Happy hour.
happy hour.
We've already made it to 5 o'clock.
We have.
Awesome.
On 1620 The Zone.
The happy hour is on the air. I have some bad news to deliver from sources on the ground in Waverly, Nebraska.
Okay.
In Waverly?
That's on its way to Lincoln, John.
Yes, I'm aware.
Fireworks are now legal to light off in Waverly. As
Thank
of
God
now.
I don't live in Waverly.
Hide your dogs.
Get ready, folks.
I'm glad I don't live in Waverly.
It's going to be like that.
But that's kind of that was life in a small town. I mean,
try that in a small town.
We were able to light off fireworks a week before.
Man, I don't like fireworks.
Hot take. Fireworks.
I don't like spending money on fireworks.
Fireworks were more fun when they were illegal.
I agree, Nick.
Not everybody had them. The people who did have them weren't idiots about it.
I wouldn't go that far.
A lot of the people I knew who had them weren't idiots about it.
Fireworks were more fun when you were little and
See, I
you
was
didn't
gonna say,
care about dogs.
Fireworks
and
are
noise,
a young person's
They are.
game. You
They
know,
are.
like not to say that there aren't older people who love fireworks because they are. They do. They have to spend the money. But man, fireworks are so much more fun when you're a kid.
The transition definitely happened with me when I became a partial dog owner.
Yeah.
When I started sharing a dog.
And I get that's right, the pretend dog.
She's very real.
We are so lucky. Banks does not care at all. We could be in the backyard with him when the fireworks go off. He is not bothered. Seriously, is not bothered. But it's just the whole oh man, you're still doing it that late at night. And it's going to be a whole week of this. I'm totally cool with it on Friday, on the 3rd. And I'm totally cool with it on the 4th. I just wish it could be those days.
Also, it doesn't stop people when it's not legal anymore because they still have to get through everything, and it feels like nobody ever does anything. So it's basically the entire month is fireworks.
It's going to be deep into next week.
Well,
we'll be here for 2 weeks.
It just gets to the point where you kind of get okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah. I'm trying to watch a TV show and I'm hearing explosions.
Well, it's not even that. It's just
watching my stories.
How much fireworks can you watch before you're like, okay, I've had enough.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think drone shows are cooler than fireworks.
They did a drone show at the College World Series.
They did.
Chris Prudon was loving it.
It was kind of cool.
I mean, it was fine.
They put sparklers on the drones.
See, so for a second, I thought that the drones were the sparklers. Like it was pretend sparklers. I was like, wow, that's pretty.
Just a bunch of tiny baby drones.
Yeah. 402 texts in. Just finished a round of golf in Milford, which is in western Nebraska. One of my pals is from there. And heard a ton of fireworks during my play. Annoying. See, now that's the other part I don't understand. It's 5 o'clock. What are you lighting up fireworks for? You got to wait until it's dark.
Well, again, that's most of the fun we had with fireworks as a kid were blowing up things.
Oh yeah, like
we were
toy.
blowing up models and different toys that we didn't play with anymore.
What did you do to her?
Or him.
Yeah, sure. Male model. But why male model?
There was a year, it was a July, I was playing disc golf at Seymour Smith, and there was this big burly dude lighting off fireworks in close proximity to all the tee pads, and whenever somebody would try to go, they would light it, it would explode. It's buddy, you're ruining my tee shot.
That's a jerk.
It is a jerk.
Jerk move. Sad Husker fan says, I don't care that people are lighting fireworks.
I care for my dog.
Yeah.
Also, we have this neighbor who they light their fireworks, and just with the way the wind was last year, all of their stuff was hitting our windows. And I went out to be like, hey, just so you know, the wind is catching your fireworks and it's hitting our window.
What did they say?
They're like, oh no, sorry, we're almost done. And then they did it for another hour.
They shot. Oh, yeah, sorry,
we're almost done.
Roman candle directly.
That's basically what happened. It pissed me off so much. I was.
You moved, thankfully, right?
No.
Oh, my bad.
I still live there.
Never mind.
2 houses down from that guy.
Screw those people.
I hate that guy so much.
Plus, there's the mess.
Yeah, we're getting all their mess. That was the big thing making me angry.
Yeah.
We were getting all of their mess. They didn't have to clean it up. They didn't care.
Hey, speaking of, we were talking about Germany. I think they might be losing. Well, they're losing to Ecuador. Could they could miss out? Oh my gosh! If Germany loses, John, I think they lost. Germany didn't make it to the knockout round.
Is that a?
It's a big deal.
I don't care. Was last segment.
They won the World Cup in 2014. Remember when they beat Brazil 7-1?
They won the World Cup in 2014, and you're surprised that they're not going to win it again.
They're good.
2026?
Germany is good.
Apparently not.
I mean, they were good. They're like Nebraska. They were good at one point.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Maybe.
The fall from grace that some people on this show saw coming.
Oh, Is this me or you who saw it coming?
Brian Kelly is back, folks.
Come on.
Damn it, you saw
But
it.
he is not
Coaching.
going to be coaching. He'll be calling football games for CBS.
By the way, I was wrong. Germany won the group. Oops, my bad. Anyway, Jack Mitchell's led me astray, that jerk. Anyway, Brian Kelly.
CBS.
This is wild.
So you're saying, oh, man, so Brian Kelly's going to be on Nebraska games on BTN or on CBS?
Oh, man, he could call the Iowa game on Black Friday.
No. Brian Kelly's not going to be working those games.
Which games is he going to do?
He's going to be doing Mountain West games.
Oh, no. My, how the mighty have fallen. That is bad.
But he gets to talk about North Dakota State.
I mean, this is a guy who,
nice job, Nick.
4 years ago was like, oh, my God, I can't believe a coach this good is leaving Notre Dame and going to LSU, and they're going to make them great. And now 4 years later, he's out of a job in coaching. And he's not, I mean, when Sean McVay eventually leaves, he's
going to
be,
Amazon.
Yeah.
He's going to be calling the biggest games.
Or when, even Russell Wilson, who's long past his prime,
yeah,
he's going to be in a prime spot on CBS. But no, Brian Kelly, we're not going to put you on the Big Ten games. No.
That's Charles Davis. That's friend of the Grum, Charles Davis.
We're going to put you on the Mountain West games.
Kenneth writes, hope Brian Kelly doesn't have to go up on a really tall scissor lift on a windy day on CBS.
Wow.
Ooh, Nick, do you know that reference?
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
I did see a funny tweet where someone said, I hope Brian Kelly calls games in the dialect of the state that he's in.
That's pretty good. I was trying to figure out what is Mountain West dialect,
Well, imagine.
It's just whatever state you're in.
He could call Hawaiian game. He'd be like he could do it in the dialect of a Hawaiian surfer.
Ooh, that might be that'd be fun. Okay. Hey, brah. Nice play there. Hey, I don't wear a watch anymore because I'm living in Nick's post-apocalyptic society.
He does a Polynesian accent.
Don't do that, Brian Kelly. Brian, don't do that. Good for him getting back on TV or getting on TV. Has he ever been on TV in this role? Is it because he's been a coach forever?
Yeah, he's never done TV.
Do we think he'll be surprisingly good or will he be a stiff? More likely to be a stiff.
I don't know.
But him doing the whole Cajun accent makes me think he's maybe more loosey-goosey than any of us realize.
Or maybe he's just a giant-ass phony, which is what some of us saw in the moment.
Yep, me. I nailed it. Bow to me, everyone in this room.
Yes, you did. You'd absolutely nailed it.
Man, of all the takes that I wish I could have back, that one. Marcus Freeman is good. Brian Kelly is bad. You got me there.
It wasn't that Brian Kelly was bad. It was just
he was mid.
It was a bad cultural fit.
Sure. Definitely.
It was a bad cultural fit.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you can be, that's why the coaches like.
Which is ironic considering Notre Dame's history.
What do you mean?
Weren't they the ones with Nebraska and the whole thing in the 1800s? The
1900s?
The Klan? Was that the Klan thing? Yeah.
What does that do with Brian Kelly? You think he's a part of that?
No, I'm saying
Nick?
You're saying Marcus Freeman is a better cultural fit at Notre Dame, and I'm saying that's ironic considering Notre Dame's history.
No, but remember, Nebraska was the one with the KKK.
Oh,
yeah,
my bad. Sorry.
KKK also hates Catholics.
My
which
bad.
I've never understood. It's like the same religion. They just kneel a few more times.
I was misinformed.
It's all good. You're good, Nick. But to go back to John's point,
Yes.
yeah, he's a way better fit because he is a college guy. Though maybe we will go to the pros, but he gets recruiting and he gets motivating, and he's not an old jerk like Brian Kelly is.
Like Brian Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
So the Athletics been doing that whole series on the 90s.
I've enjoyed it.
I know you have. There was a question that was asked in one of them.
Oh,
that I did find rather interesting, and it did make me reflect for a little bit. And the question was, were the split national titles really all that bad?
I can answer this question very quickly.
Well, I know you will.
I just don't know what so you've been thinking about it. What is the argument for them being a good thing?
Well, the argument for, and it's not so much the split titles, but the what's the word I'm looking for?
Engagement.
The system that allowed for the split titles to be possible.
Mm-hmm.
Voting on the real question is voting on champions.
Yeah.
Versus a playoff of some kind. And there is a part of me that looks at this the same way as I look at instant replay in sports. That we have kind of gone a little too far with replay, and we almost need to shut it off for a while so that we can dial it back, so that it doesn't go over the top with the lengthy reviews and, nitpicking every little micro, second of frame and, just how it is stalled the game out. Like, I mean, watching the NBA finals, holy cow.
Oh, yeah.
That was horrible. That was horrible.
So to go back to the split titles thing.
So it's one of those deals where, assuming that we end up going to 24, which I think we are, which has turned the playoff into this thing that we never really intended it for it to be. We never intended for the playoff to include teams that had 4 losses, because we had never conditioned ourselves to believing, hey, a 4-loss college football team is worthy of being a national champion. And that was one thing you never got when you voted on. I mean, you not only had to win, but you had to be impressive doing it. Right?
I mean, to the point where like the 2007 LSU team that had 2 losses, even though at the end they were the champions, it was like, but a 2-loss champion? Like even that bothered people,
Right.
They had 2 losses.
Now, a lot of this too is, just kind of pining for an era that felt a lot more pure, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a byproduct of that era, that it truly was an era where every game mattered.
Mm-hmm.
You had to win. And you probably had to beat some really good teams or else you weren't going to get consideration. Think West Virginia, 1993. People forget the only 2 undefeated teams in 1993 at the end of the regular season were West Virginia and Nebraska.
Mm-hmm. West Virginia played nobody.
And we almost got a national championship game that didn't feature either of them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Boston College. So yeah, there. I mean, as I think about it, it's like, yeah, there were some good things that came out of it. Now, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that voting for a champion was great.
Because think about it. Think about the games we missed out on.
And is the best way of determining a champion. But it did make the regular season feel epic. You could not lose a game. You couldn't. Or else you were probably screwed.
Mm-hmm.
So it made even the most insignificant games feel important. But I also understand this is a little bit of pining for the old days and remembering things being better than they actually were in the moment.
That's what I would say, because I still remember, and I know you would, 97. I mean, 97 around here is going to, it's going to hold a special place, but also a frustrating place in all of our hearts. And hell, I know we have that goofy.
Do you think there's a frustration around here?
I have always had it because I wanted to watch those teams play. I think that it would have been a really interesting game. Now, I've always thought Nebraska would have won because they killed Peyton Manning. What Brian Greasy's going to do anything against that defense that was freaking loaded? Like, I've always felt that way, but never got to find out. And I know, we had that weird Penn State fan in the audience who was always mad at us last year. I know he and his ilk always feels the same way about 94. Like, it's, you guys got the title because the voters wanted to give the title to Tom Osborne, even though we were better. Like, I'm happy that we don't do that anymore. Like, yeah, it's fun to debate, but I also like actually watching it. I like seeing it settled on the field.
Yeah.
I like that, I think we're in a sweet spot right now. And it's so frustrating because we look into the future and I don't think we like what's coming down the road. But if we didn't know about the future and we could just live in this moment, I think we'd be like, this is the best combination of stakes and a playoff that kind of has everything that we want. Mm-hmm. It's what I want. Big enough where I feel like every team has a chance. Small enough that it feels like good teams might still get left out. Got home games. I wish there were a few more. The regular season still very much matters. It's not what it was in 97, obviously. Nebraska, if Matt Davison doesn't catch that football, Nebraska plays Tennessee in a bowl game that doesn't really mean anything beyond, Nebraska's going to finish number 2 in the AP poll.
That's right.
And so I like now, like in a way, I kind of like mulligans, but part of that too is I am conditioned also by other sports. Other sports, we wouldn't watch the NFL, and I know that there's not perfection in the NFL but one team ever, and say, oh well, they lost, so they're a lesser team. No, it's just it's the differences that make it. But I've lived in a world now. Let's see. So the playoff, we got it 12 years ago. I'm 37. I mean, a third of my life I have had some form of a playoff. It's not that way for you. It's a smaller percentage. It's not that way for my grandpa. It's an even smaller percentage, and on and on. But the younger we go, someone's Nick's age, almost half of his life he's had a playoff. Think about a kid in high school today. More than half of their life they've had.
Well, I mean,
I've never liked the voting system from what I've heard from it.
Yeah.
This makes more sense to me. This makes way more sense
Well, and
to me,
especially
the way we do it now.
We talk about it like we know. And I watched Bo Pelini and Keith Mann vote on a top 25 one time. Like, come on. Coaches top 25. Like, yeah, Nebraska got the cooler trophy. But what are we doing? Not to mention, and I've been long critical of the AP poll. It's a bunch of beat writers. They're not sitting on their couches all day like I am. They're not watching as many games. And so like that system, we were always critical of the coaches or saying that the writers were biased, whatever. Like both of those systems were terrible for deciding champions.
It is, if anything, it's really frustrating that we didn't get the formation of a playoff back then. Because back then, yeah, we thought the Big Ten and the Big Eight and the SEC and the Southwest Conference were good conferences and probably were better than the MAC or the WAC, but it wasn't nearly as decisive.
Mm-hmm.
And if there would have been a playoff created, let's say in 1993, there would have been a spot for every conference champion.
Mm-hmm.
And there wouldn't be this idea of, well, we got to make sure we get more SEC teams in, or we got to get more Big Ten teams in. There wouldn't have been that.
It would have just been normal.
It would have been a little more structured. Now, I'm not going to be ignorant and say that eventually those separations would not have happened, because they did. They happened because of television.
But you do wonder if you had this, if like this access component was just always there because it was always there.
Correct.
How different things are.
Yeah. Once it was there, you weren't going to be able to take it back. And then you would have had a true playoff.
Yeah.
I remember this was a 50-year-old article or something like that. It was in Sports.
From Dan Jenkins, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was after 66.
Where they created a playoff and every conference in college football had a team.
I was literally just about to make the same reference.
I mean, that would have been, if they would have had the foresight, and, the Big Ten, who famously was the conference that stood most in way of having any kind of a playoff because of the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have had the ability to do that, we would have had a much different structure to the playoff. And who knows, maybe we wouldn't have had as pronounced the separation between these conferences, and those.
Yeah, I mean, because that was, I'm pretty sure that article was written after 66 when Michigan State and Notre Dame played to a tie.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame won the title, which it's like, but they tied. How does that even work? And so then all these ideas. And so if you have like a guaranteed entrance for basically every conference, even the lesser conferences, I think the Ivy is even included in that proposal.
Right, but that was back before the split between Division 1A and 2A.
Yeah, so the point is more like they were inclusive just by happenstance. Like, I'm sure that we'd be in a world now where the playoff would probably be even bigger than 12 and it would be different and all these things. But, I mean, you can't say that wouldn't have changed the sport at a time when it would have really been nice to change it versus today when we're just chasing. We've always been chasing dollars, but God, it just feels like we're doing it in these kind of ugly power grabby ways. Whereas back then it kind of felt more pure. Let's decide a champion, and I'm sure that there would have been some negatives to it, but it would have been, let's decide the champion on the field. Why not try to do it on the field? And, like the 90s, especially, it was quite the decade. And that's why this article from Mandel was so interesting, because we talk about 97, but that was a split. 94, you had two undefeated teams. And then what? You had 90 and 91 where you had split champions. You mentioned 93. I still will never understand how Notre Dame won the game against Florida State, but they don't get to play Nebraska Well, I know why, because they lost later. But it's like, how does that make sense? You know, we used to do things so weird. Well, you lost later, so you're worse. That's not how it works.
Well, but a lot of that was trying to get Bobby Bowden a title.
Yeah, yeah.
Just as many people complain about, Penn State or complain about, well, you only voted for Osborne because it was Osborne.
We
It
did
was
the
the
same
same way
thing.
in 93. Because
if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'm pissed about
because
93.
with the way people look at the sport and think about the sport today, if you could have extrapolated them and put them back in 1993, they would have voted Notre Dame ahead of Florida State.
100%. It would be no discussion. Think about it last year. All year long, when Miami is behind Notre Dame, we're like, but they played and Miami won. And the committee was stupid until they weren't.
Right.
But they
also might have put Florida State in there too, and then ace Nebraska out.
They might, yeah, certainly.
Because that was a real threat. That was a real threat.
Mm-hmm.
That if Notre Dame would have finished undefeated, which they would have if they would have beaten Boston College, that they were going to rematch Florida State and Notre Dame for the national championship. And Nebraska was going to be undefeated and
playing
on the
West
outside
Virginia.
looking in.
Yeah.
Because Nebraska's reputation at the time was,
Can't win the big games.
they win the Big Eight, but Miami always smokes them. Florida State always smokes them, which is why Nebraska was a 2+ touchdown underdog to Florida State.
Yeah, but
in that
imagine if
game.
imagine if there's a 14 playoff or a 12-team playoff, and suddenly they have an opportunity, and they're then we're debating teams 12 and 13 rather than teams 1 and 2. It's like that's the thing that I like about 12. I feel like we have a selection of teams. Notre Dame last year, not included, sadly, that really feel like they should be there. Versus, I'm happy to not live in a 1 versus 2 era anymore. Like that stuff sucked, and because we think the politics are bad now of debating. I mean, dude, you remember it when we got a couple of SEC rematches in the championship game? It's like, come on, we saw it already. I want to see a different game for the title. Like, I'm happy that we don't have to do that anymore. It was an interesting read, though. It was a weird decade. Really weird decade. The 80s were about, like, new blood and however many teams winning over the course of that decade. I know Penn State won twice, but otherwise, I think it's essentially, it's like, what, 8 or 9 champs. 90s are a lot of...
80, well, yeah, but you had Miami a couple.
I guess you had... Yeah, maybe I'm not. But you had some new teams kind of on the scene, whereas the 90s were about split titles and then, like, powers. Nebraska won 3, Florida State won 2. So right there, that's half the decade. Interesting time.
Well, coming up, we got content. Let's see. What do we have in content?
What do we have, Nick?
We have not talked about the story in the NFL today regarding one of Detroit's top defensive players. Let's see. Well, speaking of the Athletic and looking back at the 90s, there was another ranking that might have rankled some folks. Gentleman Dansby is doing great things.
Oh, that's right. John's back in on the Cubs again.
And we forgot.
What did we forget?
We forgot about the big press release that came out yesterday. I'm surprised you didn't go all gaga over it.
Me?
Because I know how gaga you are.
Lady
over,
Gaga?
Radio Gaga.
Over football.
Ma.
That, and you know what? Maybe we should get in a Hot D episode 1 review.
People have been asking for it. We will finally deliver.
We need to talk about Hot D.
On 1620 The Zone.
official co-host.
6 to 8 p.m. may look a little bit different these days, but it's still the same vibe. Open bars on Monday, what's happening on social media, and the takes you didn't ask for, but we're going to give to you anyway.
Yeah, except now I've got to do more and try to keep Jimmy on the rails.
Good luck with that, Dan.
Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, what do we got going on today in content, Nick?
Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold has been arrested on multiple kidnapping and felony charges. What on earth is happening here?
It's kind of like famously OJ, who did commit the murders, didn't go to jail for that. But later on, when he was trying to get back some of the stuff that he said was stolen from him,
Get back to where he once belonged.
and they created this little conspiracy where they set up a little deal. And
Idiot.
yeah, and then he went to jail for
For
that.
a long time.
It's kind of like this because Arnold, so they said that stuff was taken from the Airbnb where they were staying.
I believe it was valued at like $200,000.
Right. And so instead of, calling the police and, letting them take care of it, they decided to take matters into their own hands.
Yeesh.
And essentially go after the perpetrators.
Yeesh.
And it led to these arrests.
They kidnapped him, pistol whipped.
Yep.
Yikes.
Yeah. Bad stuff, Nick.
Very.
Happy I'm not a Lions fan.
He could go away for a long time.
Seriously, kidnapping is not a joke. Like
Yeah.
doing that type of stuff, and then I don't know if it would fall under the description of torture. I mean, pistol whip somebody.
It's for sure assault.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
It's assault, brother. Yeah. Not great. What an odd story to see.
Very.
Come across the timeline that an NFL player is in trouble for kidnapping. Yikes.
Bill Barnwell has ranked the best group of offensive playmakers in the NFL in 2026, and all of our teams are technically on it.
Oh.
The Dolphins continued their fall from number 3 in 2024 to number 10 in 2025, all the way to number 32 this year.
How many NFL teams are there, Nick?
Yikes.
Bad. Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah.
your Cowboys jumped from 11 to 7, and the Rams went from number 5 to number 2.
Number 2?
Behind who, Nick?
Yeah, behind who?
The Lions.
Oh, wow. Awkward.
Is this list fair?
Cowboys too low, obviously. Now, this is not including quarterback. So this is and it's not including the lineman. So this is the receivers, the running backs, and the tight ends.
Mhm.
Now, obviously, your team has like 1 billion tight ends. I don't
And
know
they're
how
all
they're
great.
Sorry, really quick.
Yeah.
Is the Lions score already outdated?
No, this isn't, in my opinion, going to it because he's a cornerback.
That's
first
fair.
of all.
He's
Now,
not
the
an
vibes
offensive
of the
player.
whole roster maybe should lower the offense a little bit. In all seriousness, I think the Cowboys are probably in the right spot. The problem that they have, because they have best 1-2 punch receivers in the league, solid tight end, their running back room is iffy. That's where the problem is. But I don't know. I thought that was fine. The Rams being number 2. I was a little surprised that the Lions were number 1 because I thought the Rams were going to be number 1. But God, the Lions do have like an insane group of players. They got one of the best running backs in the league. They got good receivers. They got Amon-Ra. They have good tight ends.
St. Brown?
The very same. What do you think, Sean?
I don't have an issue with most of these rankings. I'm looking. The Bengals
I don't
are
have an
third.
issue.
Amon-Ra, by the way, his name, one of the coolest names of a football
It
player
is a very
ever.
fun name.
It's a
Amon-Ra
really
St.
cool
Brown.
name.
The Falcons at 4.
The-
I'm not sure about Frisco.
You're never sure about Frisco.
Yeah, interesting.
Well,
You're
I
just
mean,
doing the
look
thing
at-
where you troll
Yeah,
again.
but look at Frisco. I mean,
What about him?
if all of these guys are healthy, sure. But
They will
I guess
never
they-
be healthy.
I guess they
You will
can't
never
really,
get this.
I guess they can't necessarily judge on that. But no,
Yeah.
it's not a terrible list.
All right. Good job, Bill.
I don't really agree. I do agree with the Dolphins thing. It's a garbage team,
They are horrible, Nick. No argument here.
trash team.
Mhm.
Speaking of rankings, 90s week continued at The Athletic. Today, ranking the 25 best players.
Awesome.
I know what you're asking. In terms of the Huskers, who was there?
Nick, who is there on the Huskers?
Will Shields came in at 23, while Tommy
Whoa.
Frazier came in at 3. Only Orlando Pace and Charles Woodson ranked above the 2-time champion. Surely you have takes.
Charles Woodson, the best player of the decade.
Yeah, that was my reaction too. He was good, obviously.
I mean, I guess I'll give the Athletic bonus points for
An
thinking
alignment?
outside of the quarterback box.
and for putting Tommy so high, given that his numbers are like nothing to write home about.
Correct.
You're a ball knower if you put Tommy that high. You know,
Because he was a winner.
he was a
Period.
winner.
He was
Yeah.
just a winner.
And he played in an era where and the team was so good and he didn't have to do everything all the time. But he was a winner.
By the way, the next nearest quarterback is Charlie Ward at 7.
Was he that good? I mean, I know he won the Heisman, but like, is he the second best quarterback of the whole decade?
Well, he put up really, really good
I know,
numbers,
but, like,
and he
You had
was a
Peyton
winner
Manning,
too.
You had Peyton Manning, who famously lost all the big games he played in.
Exactly.
Danny Warfel, who won a national championship. Michael Vick, though
I
he
was
only had 1
never
year in
I
the
was
90s.
never a buyer into Werfel, but I understand why he's on here. This is just a
The
college
fun
list.
and gun, John? No, the fun is done. Shout out to Kent Pavelka.
There are a lot of interesting names on here for sure.
I didn't hate it. I'm with you. I was like, wow, really? Charles Woodson? Like, I've never thought of Charles Woodson as like the GOAT player from that era of football. He was obviously very good,
I'm especially enamored with the number 22 selection.
which was
Pat Fitzgerald.
nice. I never got to watch Orlando Pace, but I really appreciated them having him that high. Like, that guy was a monster. Nick, he got Heisman votes, and he was a lineman. Whoa. Yeah, an offensive lineman. So it's
Mhm.
not even like he had a bunch of sacks like an Ndamukong Suh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dansby Swanson has almost as many hits since Friday than he had the whole month prior to Friday and has 15 RBI in the 3-game series with the Mets so far.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and the Cubs have scored 29 runs in the 3 games. John, is the Cubs offense back?
Oh, absolutely. They're a juggernaut now. They can't be stopped. In all seriousness, the Mets suck.
Yeah, they're terrible.
They're
The
back.
Mets are really bad. I
Bad.
wish
It's
we
bad.
could play the Mets all the
Come on,
time.
we're here.
I wish we could play the Mets all the time.
That'd be fun.
But yeah, these numbers,
Eternal Mets.
these numbers for Swanson, because Swanson has been awful. I mean, awful
Really?
to the point where he should have, and it was benched a
So
couple
his
of
name's
times.
Dansby Swanson
Yeah. He doesn't belong in America in 2026.
of the Chicago Swansons.
Yeah, he belongs in America in 1926.
100%.
Dansby.
He now has more RBI than anyone on the team.
Good. The offense is really coming along.
Well,
He's like the Oklahoma of players.
As soon as they get done with the Mets, things will come crashing to earth.
Which
I'm
Oklahoma
sure.
player is he a comp to? Walk? And the
Dansby Swanson?
Yeah, because the Oklahoma's offense came on strong at the end of the season. I thought you knew this. I thought you announced baseball games.
I didn't know where the.
So Oklahoma's offense was really bad.
I understand that, but this is a weird question. I'm making
It's not really a comp.
I'm making a comp to
an Oklahoma player, like a player. Is he Walk? He's the only guy I remember from my prep. It's all left. It's all gone.
I mean, the comp is Jackson Willits because they're both shortstops.
Walk, Scott Forbes, Skip Johnson, Wes Johnson, Skylar Meade. All right, I got to 5.
What do we just randomly?
I'm trying to remember
dudes?
the prep. I'm trying to remember. Again, I flushed it all out.
Just randomly naming.
I had to put
dudes.
football facts in my head.
No, I think it's the CTE that crawled in there and took all the stuff out of your
I
head.
was never concussed, John.
Well, while John's still in a good mood about the Cubs, I think.
Yeah,
I think he's still in a good mood.
I couldn't tell.
Pete Crow Armstrong was the big return piece in the trade that sent Javi Baez to the Mets. Here from yesterday's game was Mets legend Keith Hernandez commenting on a replay of PCA running the bases real fast.
And look at this man run. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Well, not only fast, but cuts the bases perfectly.
I think one of the worst trades in a long while by the Mets.
Well, they got 6 good weeks out of Javi Baez, and now they've got to watch this guy be a star for years to come.
How long ago did that trade happen again?
That was
been a
what the
while.
big sale of 2022, I believe it was.
Wow, to be that triggered still all these years later. I mean, I understand it. If Micah Parsons sacks a Dallas Cowboys quarterback in 4 seasons, I'll still be mad.
And then the Mets paid all that money to Juan Soto, and he hasn't produced for them either.
Yikes. Is he still hurt? What's going on with Juan Soto?
He's been in and out of the lineup.
Yeesh.
Yes, that made my heart feel good.
I bet it did. It grew 3 sizes bigger.
3 thrices.
3 sizes bigger that day.
It's just nice for the Cubs to finally be on the winning
It's not
side
all
of a
that
trade once.
Good job by them.
Because, they're not like the Rams who win all the time with off-season moves. The Cubs are very more miss than hit.
Oh, guys, we did forget, I guess, but they announced which players are going to be at Big Ten Media Days next month. Did you know Big Ten Media Days was next month?
Yeah, John's going.
For Nebraska, it's Luke Lindenmeyer, Andrew Marshall, and Justin Evans. Wait, did Mr. Cullender fall through the holes of the colander?
I always am bummed when teams don't take the obvious starting quarterback. Technically, he has not won the starting job, and he's never played a snap. at Nebraska.
Whatever.
So I like.
If we're gonna say that, then Lindenmeyer hasn't technically is the starting tight end, or
come
neither
on.
is Evans the starting center.
He's the guy I want to hear from the most on the roster right now. That said, I mean, what?
Why are they so weird about keeping the secrets?
That's what they do.
Well, it's not so much about keeping secrets. I think
It's honestly it's because he hasn't taken a snap yet, in my opinion.
Well, I also think there is a message here about wanting to, keep the nose to the grindstone and bring the unsung guys up and let them talk.
Collender would do some chatting. He would have some takes that maybe they don't want to have out there just yet.
That's my guess. I don't know.
Yeah, bummer. John, you'll report from Chicago Live. I look forward to it. You can do the hideout.
Absolutely. I'll be sitting in the left field bleachers.
Nope, you'll be at
enjoying
the hotel
Cubs baseball
from The Fugitive. I don't care. You'll be at that hotel. I don't care.
That happened in the
I don't
dam.
care.
It didn't happen in the hotel.
What? No, I know that.
There was
I'm
a
just saying
chase
the
scene in the
movie.
dam.
I just that's the only line I remember. I don't
It's
care.
the only hotel in Chicago Josh knows.
Well, no, everyone always makes this reference. Bruns made it. You gonna yell at Bruns? I'll send you his tweet.
No,
so you yell
Bruns
at him.
always likes to make the reference about switching the samples in Provasic because that's where that confrontation took place.
We love Bruns.
Sam Hoiberg and Rankemast have signed with the Suns and Pacers respectively.
There you go.
Will either play in the NBA next season.
No.
Also,
Fun question, though.
Josh Dix signed with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh.
So we had 3 players yesterday.
Oh, congrats on the championship.
They didn't win.
They're going to.
They are?
Maybe.
The Spurs.
I
don't
asked the
know
same
basketball.
question of Robin earlier. Which player is more likely? I think it's Mast, who'd be more likely to play earlier.
Yeah.
Just because of the size component, got big guys that can shoot the 3.
We love bigs.
I will be very fascinated to see what kind of a pro career in this country Sam Hoiberg could create. Because like Robin, I mean, you can underestimate him every time, and he always seems to prove you wrong. But there is that size component of, well, not to go all Becky Hammond on him, but, is he big enough to play that position in the NBA?
100%.
But I will be fascinated to see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Say it ain't so. The Selleck Quadrangle, a group of dorms that were terrible when both of you were in schools 100 years ago, are finally being demolished and rebuilt. You got any memories before they go bye-bye?
You don't have any memories of Selleck?
No.
You never ate there?
No.
So I don't think I had any friends who actually lived in Selleck, but I did have a friend who had a friend, and I wandered in with him once before class. Those dorms sucked. They were super tiny. So that was the first problem.
Mm-hmm.
They were old. The what is it called? The lunchroom or whatever, the Selleck Hall. That was probably the most popular one on campus because it was located right next to the Union. So you're in the middle of campus. Maybe you go have Selleck and then you go elsewhere. It was one of the first places I think I ever ate, and I remember loading up my tray with as many things as possible because whoa, dorm room food, this is awesome, and it was mostly terrible. It was not the best food on campus. Good for them finally getting rid of it. They should have done this when John was in school, let alone when I was, let alone now, 20 years later.
See, because I always lived off campus. So
married with children?
Well, yeah.
Let him finish the story. I want to hear about old man John.
I never lived on campus, so I never had to deal with dorm life or
dorm food.
And honestly, for the longest time, because I never had classes kind of in that area of campus, that was just kind of that's just another place. It's just another building. So it never really registered with me.
It's where a lot of the foreign students would live, from China. That's where most of them lived, if I remember.
I honestly don't remember what if there was, a certain type of student that lived in those buildings, when I was going to school there. But yeah, it was never a part of my campus experience, so I never really paid attention or acknowledged it.
Steve says, is Abel Hall still around? It is. I drove by it after the marathon a couple of months ago. That's where I lived my early years in college.
The magazine he was reading was called Girls with Biggins.
Nice. Speaking of girls with biggins, Nick.
What?
Game of Thrones. House of the Dragon. We didn't see any nudity this week, did we?
I don't think so. I mean, the dragons aren't wearing clothes.
Dude. Okay, so spoiler territory for the House of the Dragon, because we all watched it finally.
We did.
And by all of us watched it finally, we mean Nick. It was like a season finale and a season premiere.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
big battle.
Normally, I skip the previously on. No, this time.
Oh, no.
I had to, it was 6 minutes, and I had to watch it all because I had forgotten a lot.
Where did you find that? Was that its own separate thing? Because I figured it would have happened at the beginning.
It did.
Okay, it didn't for us.
That's not good.
It just started the episode. So Paige and I got about 20
what did
minutes.
you watch on?
HBO, I think. Or maybe it was Amazon.
That might be the problem.
So Paige and I, we got about 20 minutes in, we tried, and then we stopped it and we're like, listen, I looked at Paige, I'm like, can we please go to YouTube and find a recap? And she's like, yes. So we found a dude who recapped the first and second seasons.
Oh, wow. How long was that?
25 minutes.
Holy crap.
But it was worth it because then we went back to the episode. I'm like, I remember everything.
I still was confused by the girl who hopped on the dragon and was flying around, and, she was really scared the whole time. I don't remember a whole lot of the characters that aren't the main crew.
Well, there was a lot of stuff going on online. So there was this pirate woman. That's the best way I can describe her. She was the pirate
one who
woman.
got in the neck. Yeah.
I don't even remember her.
She was on the show? I thought she was a new character.
I think.
No, she was on last year, and apparently there were a lot of people who were like, man, this was a very satisfying death because she added nothing to the show.
Wow, I don't remember
this person at
yeah,
all.
She didn't show up in the recap even.
Oh, wow.
Maybe for a little bit when the Lannister first, recruited her. I have a take, all right? So when they were going through the pass, the sea snake went through the pass to try to get him to sink.
Yeah.
Instead of running away and joining the battle, I would have turned while they were going slow and maneuvering through the pass and then fired all my arrows and stuff at them while they were trapped.
That's not a bad idea.
I wouldn't have tried to run away and wait for them to catch up.
Yeah.
I don't care if they thought it would have worked. Finish the job.
Yeah.
Double tap.
I liked it more than I was expecting because we talked about it during season 2. I really disliked a lot of season 2 and the whole what's his name hanging out in the castle being all
Damon
drugged up and stuff,
being
like,
all weird.
God, I hated those episodes, and it just felt like playing out the string. I'm intrigued. I don't remember a whole lot of names, but I'm intrigued. I'll keep watching.
It was really fun watching the recap too, because obviously you'd have to talk about all the characters, and I forget how stupid Targaryen naming is.
It's a lot.
It's like Daemon and Aemon and Raymond and Bela.
Everybody loves
Balin.
Raymond.
This is, I mean, I get
Sabin.
it. I get it. That's what George
Laser.
R. Martin wrote him as, but
Laser.
it does not translate very well when all the names sound exactly the same, and some of them are the same. They're just spelled differently.
I'm happy that
I mean, the whole war started because of what's his face being named the same Aegon.
Yeah.
It's the same name.
I'm happy that we know that there's only 2 more seasons counting this one, and that it's going to end in season 4, because otherwise I was thinking of just
ejecting.
I was, but there's only 8 episodes. I can in this season and probably 8 more next. I can hang out for 2 more seasons.
I'm back in. I was starting to want to pull the ripcord in season 2, but season 3 it really brought
it
me
was
in.
a good enough episode that I'm like, okay,
yeah, that's exactly how I felt.
Let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
And once again, the spoilers, deaths of characters are done in a way that I appreciate, where they're just sudden and they just happen and it makes sense.
The dragon getting murked like it did, like that was like really good storytelling. Of like, oh my gosh, it's just gonna drown. And then what's his name locks his mom, and then he gets killed. Tough. Don't want to do that. Don't want to get killed by arrows.
No,
in the water,
multiple ones.
Ouch.
I like how he gets hit and then he turns around and be like, "What was that?"
Baymon says castle stuff was some of the worst things in Game of Thrones. It seriously, that whole storyline with Daemon was awful. And then we didn't have an actual conclusion to last season because the budget wasn't what it was supposed to be or whatever.
I agree with you. This should have been the season 2 finale.
It was wild. Like
It
watching
really
this
should have
episode,
been.
like, wow, this is like a finale. And so now it'll be probably a couple quiet episodes. Interesting.
Well, we will see.
All right.
Thrones.
But
Or
it
sorry,
was-
Dragon.
It was good enough.
It was good enough.
Yeah.
Put that on the poster.
Enough.
It works.
Hot D season 3. It was good enough.
Nice. Normally we'll try to recap this on Mondays, I would imagine.
Yep.
We're all going to
This
be
is
watching on Sundays.
Weekly, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Every Sunday it'll end in August.
Nice.
And then the Hall of Fame game.
The Hall of Lame game.
I don't watch a single second of it.
Oh, I'll watch.
I mean, come on, it is lame.
Yeah, but it's football.
You watch one series and then go, wow, this is sucks.
Football.
This means nothing, and then you switch it off and you're like, you know what? Wake me up when a season actually starts.
Oh, sounds good. You know what else sounds good, John? Putting food in our bellies. Though sadly, no Farmer Browns tonight.
I mean, you could.
I could. That's true.
Nothing's stopping you.
Honey, we're going out.
I almost feel like we've ruined what's for dinner because we already talked about our dinners last night.
Well, we can talk about what we're going to have tonight.
Yeah, John.
What if we don't know?
Well, that happens every day.
It's going to be a short segment. 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, last night was the big team dinner at Farmer Brown's. I noticed most of us got the prime rib.
Yes.
I did a ribeye.
Mine was delicious. I mean, Farmer Brown's is. I've been going to Farmer Brown's since I was a little boy, so I've always loved this place, and it's been too long since I've been there last.
We had a comment last night from Sam right before we left. He said, "This is the tastiest what's for dinner. I too took the medium rare to rare jump. You won't regret it. I still didn't do it. I didn't pull the trigger. I am going to make a promise to myself. The next time I go to a steakhouse, I'm going to get it."
My prime rib was rare because that's like the only way you can get prime rib. It has to be rare.
How come?
It just tastes the best. That's what it was meant to be.
Did you do it like John did with what was it called? Lizzie's
They
style?
called it Village style.
I did not.
They seared it.
I just got the
They
normal.
seared it on the
M. Night
outside.
Shyamalan cooks the steak at the end for you. It's pretty cool.
It was very good.
Yeah, the mashed potatoes also.
I
excellent.
love those mashed potatoes.
Yeah, those were great.
And I got the asparagus. Love asparagus.
The hash browns.
Those did look good.
That's
I loved how
the
you
way
took
to
it and you
go.
just poured it right on your plate.
Yeah, I did. Well,
Smart.
we didn't have much room at the
Room.
table, famously.
Yep.
2,
You wanted the droppings.
I like having
Drippings.
my hash brown. I like having everything on one plate.
I should've-
Unlike Jack Mitchell, who's afraid of food touching.
Yeah, I did that too. I was like,
I should have put
Put
my
it on
potatoes
there,
on there
baby.
because the potatoes would have soaked up the prime rib juice.
It
That would have
did.
been good.
that's what I did. I added some extra butter
I wish
into
I
it.
thought of it.
Baymont says, "Did you get spaghetti?" I did not. I went with the green beans. John did
I did.
because of nostalgia.
Now the thing about the spaghetti at Farmer Brown's is that sauce is
It's very
sweet.
sweet.
Very sweet.
I'm not a big sweet sauce guy. I appreciate that it's an option. It's not.
But
for
again,
me.
it was about the memories for me.
did you do the what did you do?
I did the prime rib and mashed
Did
potatoes.
you do asparagus?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I think Matt did the asparagus.
Asparagus is really
Matt
good. It's
also-
huge.
Matt told the story last night. So he was second to last to order. He was the penultimate orderer. I was
Mhm.
last order. So he's kind of adding up because he knew exactly what our budget was for this. And he was like, I got some extra money to play with. So he did Oscar style. his day.
Which is crap.
Good job by him. I am having a chicken Caesar salad tonight.
Nice.
A lighter meal than last night.
There was chicken in the crock pot when I left the house. That's all I know.
Nick?
I have no clue.
Mm.
We have a meeting tonight with a wedding photographer adjacent
I
person.
thought it was going to be a tire.
Getting married
No.
again?
Yes.
Congratulations.
You're saved the dates in the mail.
Oh, so you're a Mormon.
No, it's the same person. We're just getting married again.
Nick's a Mormon? That's exciting.
No.